So, as I say, welcome to the Hepworth Wakefield. My name is Eleanor Clayton and I am the Head of Collection and Exhibitions here. And I would like to also welcome you on behalf of the Henry Moore Institute, who we have partnered with for this conference and indeed this season of activity celebrating the centenary of Surrealism. And I've been very grateful to work with Kirsty and Adam at Henry Moore Institute, and also, of course, the brilliant Dr. Claire O'Dowd, who was really at the sort of driving force for this conference, who unfortunately can't be with us today. So we collectively have been celebrating the centenary of Surrealism with two exhibitions, one at the Henry Moore Institute, the Traumatic Surreal, which I would urge you to see if you haven't already. It closes on the 16th of March. And that looks at Germanophone women surrealists in the post-war period and is co-curated with Claire and also Professor Patricia Almer, who is our keynote today, and we'll be talking a bit more about that. So we're very excited to have Patricia here. And Patricia is also going to be chairing a panel on this broader theme later in the afternoon. Hopefully you'll all see programmes on your seats, and abstracts and biographies are downloadable on both the Henry Moore Institute website and the Hepworth Wakefield website for this conference. And then, of course, upstairs we have the Hepworth Wakefield's exhibition, Forbidden Territories, which looks at 100 years of landscapes through surrealist eyes, looking at a range of different themes from conflict, political conflict, gender identity and biomorphism. And that subject will be explored a bit more fully in our first panel this morning, chaired with Dr. Anna Reid, Senior Lecturer of Art History at Leeds. And then after that we'll have the Surrealism in Yorkshire panel chaired by Dr. Claire O'Dowd, Assistant Curator between Leeds Art Gallery and Henry Moore Institute, who will be looking with her panellists at the sort of history of surrealist engagement in this county. We will have teas and coffees in the learning studios across the foyer, which we saw some of you will have already taken advantage of this morning, and that's where we'll also have lunch. And I hope also we'll have an opportunity for people to pop upstairs and see the exhibition if you haven't already. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Anna Reid, who has been putting together this first panel with me, Botanical Surreal. Over to you, Anna.
Hey, morning everyone, and thank you for getting here with the planes, trains, automobiles and all of that. So yeah, just to introduce the first panel, Botanical Surrealism, we're really thrilled to have our first three speakers here today. I'm going to introduce all three of them, and then they'll run through, and then we'll have some conversation following that. So thrilled to welcome Alice Mahon, Professor of Modern and Contemporary Art History at the University of Cambridge, and she's author of numerous books and essays on surrealism, avant-garde and feminist art, including the 2025 Dorothea Tanning A Surrealist World. Also welcome to Laura Bruni. Laura Bruni is Curator of Exhibitions at the Henry Moore Foundation, and prior to joining the foundation she worked at Tate and curated exhibitions including Radical Landscapes with Darren P., which seems particularly relevant today. And also welcome to Christina Heflin. Christina is currently a lecturer at Parsons Paris, and her recent PhD thesis was written at Royal Holloway, titled Submerged Surrealism, Science in the Service of Subversion. So welcome and thank you so much. And
good morning everyone, and firstly I would like to thank all of you for being here today, and also I would like to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to the Hepworth Wakefield and the chair panels, Eleanor Clayton and Dr. Anna Reid, for the opportunity to present this remarkable symposium. As also Eleanor said at the beginning of the day, I would really encourage all of you to take the time to see and explore the exhibition upstairs, which offers an enriching extension of the ideas and themes we are discussing here today. If you can also find the time, I strongly encourage you all to go and see the exhibition, The Traumatic Surreal, and some of us had the opportunity to actually see the show yesterday. at the Harry Moore Institute in Leeds, curated by Patricia, and it's really like a treat. And I would like also to say that this is very much a work in progress and research I'm still working on. So I really welcome questions, suggestions, and feedback at the end of my presentation. So the topic of my presentation today is ethnobotany, or botany and surrealism in Harry Moore's work. As Eleanor said at the beginning of the day, I currently curate exhibitions at the Harry Moore Foundation, but also I would like to say I'm still fairly new, so I'm still learning a lot about Moore's work, and I thought that actually this day could be a wonderful opportunity to do further research into what we do have at the archive, and to really to unpack this idea about botany and nature in relation to Henry Moore in a much more fresh and new way. So as I said at the beginning, this is very much a work in progress. And with no further ado, the central role of nature, as you all know, in the origination and reception of Henry Moore's work has been the subject of a number of scholarly investigations. These studies frequently really delineate a linear trajectory purely as an elemental bond between Moore and his work, from Moore's formative experience here in Yorkshire to his rural house relocation to Perry Green, where he established an environment conducive to the creation and outdoor display of his work. And here you can see a few images of Yorkshire from where he was born and grew up, and also on the right at the top an image from Perry Green. So really like nature as an inspiration for content and form, as a material, as a subject, as a significant space for sculptural production, especially in Perry Green, but also as his preferred location for the siting of his work, his monumental bronzes, for we all know Henry Moore is very famous for. However, in this paper and today, I will argue how this is a far more complex and nuanced discourse. In this paper, I will argue that Moore's choice of subject matter for many of his major works, including leaf figures, internal-external forms, some of his reclining figures, among many others, was grounded in a personal passion for plants, rather than simply being unambiguously abstract, has been described in the majority of existing scholarship. And I will try to suggest actually that his work might be seen to be engaged with botany in a much more active way. As I will argue, Moore's sculptural language of biomorphism developed partly through a reinterpretation of organic forms based on the observation of nature and landscape, so both landscape at large and the found objects, such as bones, pebbles, seashells, and driftwoods. His library of natural forms, as actually Moore called it himself, and you can all see still in his studios in Perry Green. Actually is also in equal parts really very much Moore's personal reading of surrealism. So by integrating surrealism with biomorphic and organistic themes, Moore forged a very personal and distinctive artistic approach that would later inform his own creative vision. So Moore's engagement with surrealism, while never strictly doctrinal, had a significant and long-lasting influence on his artistic development. Although Moore himself really distanced very actively from its ideological discourses, proclaiming, and here I quote, I do not see why an artist should have to be a complete surrealist or a complete abstractionist, end of quote, and later on, again, quote, I was never really a full surrealist, and that's why also in the majority of literature, like, we don't associate Moore's work with surrealism. And in fact, the surrealists wanted to claim anything that they knew was good as being part of surrealism, end of quote. More engagement with surrealism and idea, which mostly like actually is mostly associated his work in the mid-30s and 40s, actually reflected the international scope of surrealism, but also the intersection with much more British cultural sensibilities. So, and here I actually selected only really a couple of images of which really kind of relate to how active Moors was during the Surrealist period in Britain in 1930s. So Moore's connection to Surrealism can be traced to his formative years in London, where immersed in a dynamic artistic milieu shaped by influential contemporaries, and some of them also they were mentioned by Alice in her presentation. So Moore's relocation to Hampstead in North London in 1931 further reinforced his ties to key figures like Penrose and Herbert Reed, but also other artists who had sought refuge in Britain amid the political upheavals in Europe. This creative enclave, as I would call it, included also artists as Effie McWilliam, Roland Penrose, writers like Adrian Stokes and Geoffrey Gregson, to which actually Moore's work is most closely associated with, but also international artists such as Walter Gropius, Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, as well Naum Gabo. During this period, Moore also became a member of the 7 and 5 Society, which Ben Nicholson later transformed into an avant-garde collective, as well as Paul Nash Unit 1. Really like a very brief, short-lived, but yet significant group of painters, sculptors, and architects. Again, although Moore was never formally joined André Breton Surrealist Circle, he took part in the 1936 Exposition Internationale du Surrealisme and really kept very close relationships with leading artists, figures such as Hans Harp, Roland Penrose, as well as Alberto Giacometti. Also, looking at what we do have at the archive, it looks like actually even Giacometti and Harry Moore met in Paris in 1937. They also visited Picasso studio, so it was very actually much more close to especially the Parisian surrealist circle than we usually think of. Additionally, Moore played a key role in organizing the International Surrealist Exhibition at London's new Burlington Galleries, where he exhibited his own works. Here on the left-hand side, I included an image of an exhibition which actually I found at the archive, and I tried to actually select it to found it. I included these images because it's very well known, but actually looks like there were also exhibitions in cities like Manchester, for example, early on, related to surrealism, of which we are very much less familiar with, and I would like to spend more time and look at what was exhibited in those shows, which works, and who were the other artists. I have to say, I didn't have the time right now, but I think it's worth mentioning. Moving on to the next slide. Generally speaking, also the Moore's affinities, I would say, to surrealism in the 30s especially, they are much more clearly seen in his drawings, and here included two images. One is from 1939, and this work especially has been much less exhibited than many other works. So scholarship examining the formal and thematic intersections between Henry Moore and Surrealism has been significantly advanced by scholars such as Christa Lichtenstern. She published an essay in the 80s, and then she published a major book published by the Royal Academy, I think later between the 90s and the 2000s. However, despite Lichtenstern's foundational contributions, no comprehensive study has systematically analyzed the sustained relationship between Moore's surrealist influences and his engagement with nature. Again, I think this is something like quite tangentially. It starts to come out in these drawings, for example. And more recent research has primarily explored the intersections of biomorphism and abstraction, with Edward Juller among a few scholars offering a very detailed analysis of Moore's investigation into form, symbolism, biomorphism throughout the 30s and the 40s, however, again, in relation to abstraction rather than surrealism. And this critical focus, however, has largely overlooked the ways in which Moore's mechanistic and vitalist concepts converge within the surrealist paradigm of the 1930s, and how these ideas persisted well beyond the post-war period. So, fascinated by the organic process of plant... Fascinated by the organic process of plant growth since the early 20s, Moore singled out trees, tree roots and branches as the perfect manifestations of the movement of matter, and maintained that organic growth generally expresses itself in the organic lines, which is characteristic of inorganic nature and mathematical abstraction. To use more words, and here I quote, "Sometimes nature, in overcoming environmental factors, produces growth of an unusual kind. I'm trying to add to people's understanding of life and nature, to help them to open their eyes and to be sensitive. Nature is inexhaustible. Not to look and use nature in one's own work, it would be unnatural to me. It's been enough inspiration for 2 million years. How could it be ever exhausted?" End of quote. And again, I'm just using this slide just to show again 3 branches, like very much how it's present in Moore's work from very early on. Also, there was another image from one of his sketchbook, I think from the 50s. So, but I wanted to try to keep it as short as possible. So, a case in point here, actually, it's a series of works titled Leaf Figures. And relatively little scholarly attention has been devoted to this series of works, and much of the literature of Moore has largely overlooked this series. Moreover, they have been exhibited much less frequently and were not prominently featured in any of the major travelling exhibitions organized by the British Council during the post-war periods. These works were kept in Moore's in Moore's home, and they were displayed in the living room of Hoglands in Peregrine, as you can see in the image on the left-hand side. And I actually found this image by poor chance in the archive, and you can see the 2 of them. On the one factor that may have contributed to their marginalization in the literature is the fact that, unlike many of Moore's other works, also these pieces were never scaled up into the monumental bronze sculptures for which Moore is now most widely recognized and known. However, these works, I believe, merit further exploration and study, particularly within this context of what we are discussing today. Even if they are modest in scale, as you can see from these images, they could be effectively shown alongside one another as a complementary set, and as you can see from the other image on this slide. And the leaf figure series are now in several major collections, both in Europe and the US. So leaf figure number 3 and leaf figure number 4, for example, are now in the Reina Sofia Museum in Madrid, and that's the other image over here, and that's the bronze cast. While another example is held in the collection of the Hirschel Museum in the United States. And moving on to the next slide, here also I wanted to show, before there was, as you've seen, the bronze cast, but actually here there is, on the left, there is a bronze cast, in the middle plaster, and then the last one is a terracotta piece, which I wanted to show the variety of medium actually Moore used throughout his career, again, because it's something that has been less explore, I believe, especially terracotta, because terracotta is a medium he used early on in between 1930s and 40s before moving on to plaster. And again, these are images from the archive, and as far as I know, especially the one in the middle, I've never seen it published before. So I try to really to maximize to share actually with the audience today the wealth of material we do have at the Henry Moore Foundation archive. But going back to the topic of the presentation, I believe that one potential source of inspiration for these works might have been close-up images of plants and organic forms, particularly those captured by the German photographer Karl Blossfeld. And I'm sure you're all very familiar with his work. However, Blossfeld's highly influential book Urformen der Kunst, Art Forms in Nature, which was published in Germany in 1928 and I believe in England a few years later, was widely circulated in England during the 30s and was widely celebrated by the Surrealists for its detailed exploration of natural structures. As the majority of you, I'm sure you know, Blossfeld was trained originally as a sculptor, but he was also actually a botanist and was deeply fascinated by the underlying structures of nature. Blossfeld created an extraordinary catalogue of studies of natural forms as a teaching tool for the benefit of artists, architects and sculptors. Interestingly, Moore's private library today still contains a 1967, and actually it's in the reading room in Peregrine, in a 1967 reprint of Art Forms in Nature by Blossfeld. But actually, I believe, and another scholar also, she shared my view, that actually it is likely that Moore was familiar with Blossfeld's works since the 1930s, as the edition in England was published by Zermer Gallery. And then again, the scholar actually who pointed this point out for the first time, it's Ulrike Meyer's Stump. And I invite you to read their fascinating book on Blossfeld. Also, Henry Moore's studio in London was destroyed during towards, I think now I don't remember exactly the time, so maybe actually at that time might have the original edition of the book, and then he acquired the 67 one. However, also his personal library also included I have to say a number of books, including books on gardenings, as well as plants, which actually might be also part of Moore's wife Irina, as well as many books on Goethe and the 1937 copy of Darcy Wentworth Thompson on growth and form. So, although Moore was an avid and very versatile reader, this does not imply that his work was directly derived from a very specific body of scientific knowledge, or in this case, really derived directly from Blossfeld's work. So rather, I believe, his intellectual curiosity really enabled him to respond to these new ideas which he encountered in books, magazines or conversations, and this allowing him to develop his own unique approach to the fundamental surrealist principles, particularly that of transformation and metamorphosis, which is, I believe, is at the core of this series of works. So just going back to this slide, in this series, in the Leaf Figures series, the biomorphic and humanist associations are far more pronounced and clearly discernible than in Blossfeld's work or other related series. However, what distinguishes these works and makes them particularly compelling and relevant in this context is their use of leaf texture, as you can see, particularly in the first and second image. Moore appears to suggest that nature, in a way, through the hidden forces of organic growth, possesses the capacity and ability to generate living beings. And the figures in this series function much less as purely artistic invention and much more a demonstration of more deep awareness of organic beauty. And this awareness and recognitions of nature as an innovator of form and creation. Finally, the fact that this body of work has remained for so long and to so many and really challenging aspect of Moore's work and can be attributed both to a lack of understanding regarding its the sources of inspiration and iconography potentially, but also to Moore's own deliberate embrace of ambiguity, again, which was very much part of a surrealist practice. So in alignment with this, actually with these surrealist contemporaries, Moore in a way really intentionally disrupts conventional perception and really inviting us to engage with this work in a much more active way, I say, and to see nature and to see the transformative potential of natural forms. And then also, as outlined at the beginning of my presentation, there are striking connections between Moore's conceptual framework of biomorphism and surrealism from the 1930s, and I believe that the fundamental significance is really very well shown in Moore's work and exemplified in three major pieces Moore created between 1951 and 1954, so soon after the post-war period. And the series is internal external form flower, you can see on the left, upright internal external form, and reclining figure internal external form, which were all conceived as a variation on a single conceptual theme, and which all stem from works which Moore made between 1938 and 1945, especially in drawings. As Alice Correa very eloquently actually points out in her extensive examination of the original plaster of the third work on your right-hand side, which is now in the Tate collection, all the maquettes and the working models for these sculptures were all completed in 1951, suggesting that they should be regarded as a really cohesive group of three, and that's what I'm going to try to very quickly actually power through in the last part of my presentation. So this interpretation is further supported by the shared role as a threefold exploration of the same underlying idea: the dynamic mutuality between an inner, like a core, and its outer casing, as well as the interlinked concept of growth, metamorphosis, botany, and surrealism. I would like, because I actually have a little bit of left in my presentation, but I would like to move on to this really interestingly work which has been seen much less. And I believe that the first work in this group, as I said, is an upright internal external form flower. In this piece, the internal figure really culminates at the top in a form that more, which clearly and formally looks like the ring-like stamen of a flower. Also, this work bears a sort of similarity to a terracotta piece reclining figure, which Moore made in 1945, and that's the work over there on the right. And the terracotta piece, it's a medium, which as I said, was like the medium used especially in between 1930 and 1940. In this work, the internal figure is very much more delightfully render the part which connection, the internal external form. I'm trying to, sorry, I thought actually it was much shorter. I think the most interesting, and then again, these are actually the drawings from the 30s, which really show, even if the work then was cast in 1951, actually very much the idea of the flower was in Moore's work in as early as the 30s and the 30s. One, it's an image from the from a sketchbook. But just to conclude and then this is, you can see, internal external form, the working, they're both plaster, and then that's reclining figure. However, and then again, this is another image, interestingly, from 1935, which is, as you can see firstly, this image comes from a sketchbook which recently realized actually it's a botanical sketchbook, and they used the sketchbook to really start to develop the idea of then the work, which the flower I took early on. So I think it's a botanical aspect, and really like how plant was very much in his mind throughout his career, much more than has been stressed out in current scholarship of Moore's work. But this is the last work I would like to discuss with you, and then it's Upright Internal External Form, 1952-1953. As the title of the sculpture suggests, the work really features two parts which can be read as an abstracted figure nestling within an external shell. And then the exterior piece is a column which is very much reminiscent of a seed pod or a chrysalis, an undulating organic protective casing. And I'm really trying to finish my presentation as quickly as I can. So, in 1953-1954, Moore created this internal form as a large-scale standing sculpture in its own right, as well as casting 3 bronze versions, and we saw one of them we will see actually at the end of this presentation. Moore also carved a larger version in elm, which is now in the collection of the Buffalo AKG Museum in the United States. In October 1955, Moore wrote to Gordon Smith at the Albright Knox Art Gallery, Buffalo, outlining the development process of this wood version. And here I'm reading a quote from Moore. "It was necessary for the upright carving to be in wood, which is alive and warm, and gives a sense of growth. Wood is a natural and living material, unlike plaster of metal, which are now built by man. These qualities were in harmony with the idea, which is a sort of embryo being protected by another form, a mother and child idea, or again, the stamen in a flower that is something young and growing, being protected by another shell." Interestingly, the development of the work within his studio, this is the top studio, which is still, you can actually visit in Peregrine, was very extensively documented by Moore and other photographers over the years. And here you can see Moore with the works. I think the photographs was taken in between 1953 and 1954. Notably, even the positioning of the camera, as you can see in this slide, but more clearly in this one, and the use of the dramatic lighting appear deliberately arranged to evoke the form of a flower, or to use again Moore's own terminology, a stamen of a flower. And this visual emphasis, I believe, reinforces the underlying thematic focus on botany of the entire series. And also, in a way, the extensive documentation of this work recalls Herbert Sweet's Surrealism article, which reproduces a photograph of another early Moore's carving from 1933, which again is a reference to Blossfeld's plant images. And this is the plaster version, which is in the Tate collection now, and interestingly, it's not fully white, and this is the enlarged work, bronze, which is now can be seen in Hepworth in Peregrine. I haven't time to read my conclusion, but please do come and ask if you have any questions.
Okay. Thank you both. That was really wonderful. And actually, what I'm going to be talking about, excuse me, is going to tie in very nicely to, there are going to be some echoes. That's very nice. First, I'd love to thank Kirsty, Eleanor, and Anna, as well as all the folks that worked behind the scenes, both at the Hepworth Wakefield as well as the Henry Moore Institute that made this event possible. So, thank you all for that. And then, without further ado, I'm going to get started. So, just as a preface, I have been focusing for the past many years now on surrealism and sea creatures, and so I've been looking a lot at Eileen Agar, but with this marine perspective. So I'm very excited to be working on something else connected to Agar, which is this botanical marvelous. So her connection to nature is reflected both in her work as well as her archives at the Tate, and the presence of flora and fauna amongst other materials makes for a surrealist curiosity cabinet. Additionally, Agar's employment of botanical elements evokes major surrealist themes such as the marvelous and the uncanny. And so today I'm looking to spotlight Agar's use of the botanical by examining a few artworks as well as items from her archival holdings, which demonstrate how she went beyond representations of the plant kingdom, introducing proxies for a phyto-surrealist encounter. As affirmed in the preface of the first issue of La Révolution Surréaliste, I quote, "Any discovery which changes nature, the destination of an object or of a phenomenon, constitutes a surrealist event," end quote. Okay, so in this first slide, we have a work by Agar that is a multimedia work that has leaves collaged onto it. And so this use of botanical elements in her works is found throughout her oeuvre, beginning in her earlier days, even predating her official surrealist affiliation, which was at that famous exhibition in 1936. And as Anne Simpson states, quote, "Some of Agar's first collages resulted from the chance find of a book containing dried leaves, which she extracted and incorporated into a few images." And in Woman Clad with Leaves, she says, Agar did little more than place the leaves over existing images. And Simpson describes this as a Moore, or Henry Moore-like abstract reclining figure. So, Simpson goes on to describe also this work here on the left, Untitled Collage, as being Agar's most complex leaf arrangement, incorporating seed heads, sea stars, and lace atop this peering figure, who I think was her husband, Joseph Bard. In the catalog entry for the exhibition that was held at the Scotland, National Galleries of Scotland, Simpson connects Agar's use of leaves and collage to the cover that we've already seen today, the cover of Minotaur, the first issue, done by Picasso. And she confirms that Agar had been reading this publication. And so the ensemble of works connected to Agar makes for this wondrous Wunderkammer with a mix of varying degrees of human-made or artificialia, natural elements, naturalia, and scientific objects and instruments, scientifica. While this presentation focuses on the botanical, as will be revealed over the course of my time here, this will in fact tie into all three categories. And as Marian Ent states, the Kunstkammer can be seen as the material manifestation of a shared sensibility based on the rejection of the Enlightenment-informed values of progress, rationality, and utility. Excuse me. It raises issues of collection, classification, taxonomy, documentation, and display. And it raises the question of interdisciplinarity, with the objects crossing disciplinary and classificatory boundaries on the one hand, and the collector, artist, and scientist assuming the persona of the traveler, the naturalist, the scientist, the polymath, or the dilettante, end quote. And so in her consideration of surrealism and Wunderkammern, Int
introduces the space for us to consider the themes of the marvelous and the uncanny. And these two concepts are explored together in depth by Andrea Gremmels and Kirsten Strom, stating that, quote, "The marvelous is celebrated as beautiful and is closely tied to the surrealist perception of everyday life," end quote. And so I'm extending this to the natural world, and in this case, the plant life seen in Agar's works. In another link to the marvelous, Donna Roberts highlights aspects of the 1926 book Paris Peasant and Louis Aragon's, quote, "search for a feeling of nature which takes him into the realms of an artificial garden world," end quote. And I draw parallels between this exploration of the Butte Chaumont in Paris and how Agar would find her leaves and barks for collage or frottage in Holland Park in London. And she even describes the grass as being saturated with memories of her husband, Joseph Bard. The botanical marvelous, found within many of Agar's works, embodies this marvelous spirit as well as a sense of the uncanny, or as Gremmels and Strom describe it, as based on Freud's 1919 essay, quote, "a haunting experience of cognitive dissonance, and how an ensuing embrace of discomfort and ambiguity would become one of the most strikingly distinctive aspects of surrealist practice," end quote. The marvelous and the uncanny connection to the phyto-surrealist aspect of Agar's work is going to be further explored here. But first, I'd like to take a moment to talk about her autobiography, which was just republished. But considering this botanical connection to her work, I dove back into that autobiography, but in this time, looking through it through the lens of this floriform connection. And so when I was rereading it, it was striking to see the frequency with which she invoked this botanical. And so from the very beginning, she claims to have been born into a soft web of lilac flowers and good air before recalling playing in the garden amongst peach and apricot trees. There were palms and massive ombu. She talks about the mini jungle conservatory full of beautifully laid out tropical plants at her home, which was called the Villa of the Lilacs and was located in Flores, which was a fashionable suburb of Buenos Aires. Her recollections of different moments frequently feature Flora as if it were a main character, whether it's the garden she kept whilst at boarding school or when describing first meeting Ezra Pound in Rapallo, where she evokes pasta-like seaweed as the blue sea's brown petticoat, as well as waving tall palm trees. After World War II, she credits Tenerife and its inspiring lush vegetation with bringing her back to her work, describing the old banana plantation where she sojourned and the countless species of plants encountered, including one flower which only grew at a nearby volcano. Sometimes even the people she met were described in botanical terms, like A.R. Orage, she described as, quote, "a landscape of a man with an expansive and benevolent Yorkshire nature," end quote. David Gascoigne was described as a, quote, "shy, sensitive plant." And even surrealism itself, she described as it having burst on London like a many-faceted flower, sending its petals all over the world, and its seeds fell in many countries, end quote. And so just as she bestrode abstraction and surrealism, she did something similar with the botanical and the marine in her themes. So moving on to this first work that I want to focus on a little bit more in depth. This is Philemon and Baucus. This is a collaged work, two frottage pieces of paper atop a solid background. And this is one instance of how Agar employs this phyto-surrealist technique through collage and wood frottage to depict a story using two vertical planks of visibly different types of wood, perhaps to represent oak and linden. And I also wonder if they might have this Holland Park connection where she was going to do some of this frottage. Just to remind us of the tale from Greek mythology, Philemon and Baucis were a pious Phrygian couple who hospitably received Zeus and Hermes when their richer neighbors turned away the two gods, who had been disguised as wayfarers. As a reward, they were saved from a flood that drowned the rest of the country. Their cottage was turned into a temple, and at their own request, they became priest and priestess of it. Long after, they were granted their wish to die at the same moment, being turned into trees. Among literary sources, the story is only found in Book 8 of Ovid's Metamorphoses. And so through the work's title and the description, Agar connects her own classical knowledge to that of a larger surrealist network, because we have the Bretonian anecdotal reference of the myth from his 1928 work Nadja, where Victor Hugo and Juliette Drouet see two trees with intertwined branches. And so this collaged work here of two rubbings on paper of everyday looking wood planks on the solid background effectively uses depiction to narrate the entire Greek mythological tale of this couple, whose fate ultimately brings them to spend eternity as these two arboreal species, while tying into this broader surrealist legacy of the marvelous. Okay, so the next one, this is another example of this phyto-surrealist encounter where we have Bernard Shaw feeding the birds. And so through the title of the painting, though it relates to the Irish playwright, we've got front and center here a large botanical mass, which was taken from a glass slide that's now found in our archives. And it resembles something between a floating island or a jellyfish. Compared to Shaw, who is similar in scale, there's something about the plant that's rendered in this greater nuance, and how its tentacles float mid-air that really puts it at the center of the piece. And due to its scale, it has this uncanny ethereal quality that fits in well with the watery nightscape. It's the brightest part of the painting, as if the mass was bioluminescent. All these aspects, centrality, light, scale, detail, point to the specimen as the true subject of the painting and underline Agar's engagement with nature. So here's the slide from her archives. It's, regular glass plate slide, but up higher in scale here. And so there isn't much that is known about her relationship to these slides, but they were included. I'm going to talk about the slides a bit more because this isn't the only one. But I want to just point to how this ties into that scientifica of her Wunderkammer, and that goes on to directly inform and influence her work. So I have found earlier kind of prints of the same drawing. So this is a common winter aconite, a species of flower which the RHS places in the Ranunculus family, and it's native to mainland Europe between France and Bulgaria. I have found kind of traces, I'm still looking exactly, but I think the earliest instance was done by James Sowerby, a naturalist and illustrator active in the early 19th century. And so going back to Bernard Shaw feeding the birds, removed from its botanical context, the element here at the center in this painting just floats next to this crescent moon and soaring birds. And I kind of think of it as some kind of misplacement that adds to the uncanniness of the scene. Okay, as promised, I'm going to talk more about her slides here. So here I've got 5 different glass plate slides that I've taken from the Tate archives. And I want to just consider select aspects that she bequeathed herself to the Tate. So she made these arrangements to have the Tate safeguard books collage ephemera, and scientific glass slides, many of which relate to a phyto-surrealist marvelous that demonstrates her desire for this posterity, which can at least be considered partially botanic. Indeed, in the instance where an artist has the opportunity to arrange a donation of their archives while they're still alive, as she did with the Tate, both a narrative and a legacy are fashioned. This curation of both how the artist would like to be remembered and the way in which archivists and curators choose to preserve materials serves to shape the canon. And so these biological elements here, as they relate to the study of life, fit in perfectly with that legacy that Agar wants to leave behind, including myriad instances of both specimens and representations of nature. And some of these slides also connect to the theme of the mandrake, which is why I included that one up there to the left. And I haven't had a chance to do kind of research on all of the slides to find the provenance of them, but I think this is the next one I would do because it really does bring up that mandrake kind of impression. And so this hybrid mythical character is known for what Beatrice Hausner describes as, quote, magic properties and its innate possibilities of merging plant and human, end quote. And Donna Roberts reminds us of another Bretonian connection here. Quote, in a text published in Minotaur, so it's number 5 from 1934, which would later be published as a chapter in L'Amour Fou, Breton refers to crystals, coral, grottos, and anthropomorphic mandrake roots, phenomena that were typical of the Baroque catalogue of wonders of nature or cabinets of curiosity, end quote. And here's another set of slides here, another 5 for you. And so with these slides, I included a few that have these microscopic depictions, which allow the invisible to become visible, facilitating the excavation of truth to reveal the marvelous of the everyday. And so beyond the slide used in the painting of Shaw, as we've seen, Agar had left more than 120 glass plate slides of various subjects as part of this bequest, with some having been altered by Agar, where some others had been untouched. And so in the past 2 slides, PowerPoint slides, we've seen ones where she's doctored them. Here we have these kind of cog-like flowers that have been added to. And I also suspect that the caterpillar was added when I saw it in person. And so looking at some instances which directly connect to Agar's botanical marvelous, she visibly wanted to leave these for future scholars. And so some of these have been cut from various books or natural studies and mounted onto the slides, and others seem to be these collaged interventions, which I assume to have been by Agar herself. And then here's another one of those interventions, which I connect to this botanical marvelous, as well as the Scientifica. The original slide, it does not have this vegetal aspect here, the silhouette, but she puts that on top of it to create this collage. And the slide was part of a 52-piece set called Human Physiology Popularly Explained, or The House We Live In. And these were illustrated by English naturalist, author, and teacher William S. Furneaux. And these were instructional lantern slides, which also figure into this Wunderkammer, and were typically available for purchase from the local optician or photography shop. And they were produced by York & Son, London, at the end of the 19th century. And then a few more slides that I won't take too much time to look at, but I've been able to find, for example, the origin for this slide of the pea mold that goes back to a book on microscopic fungi from the 1870s. Or the next one, this also kind of evokes the mandrake as well, but this is a marrow cabbage that came from this book on vegetable gardening, and it was written by seed merchants who have been in operation since 1743 and who are still located right on the banks of the Seine in Paris. And so, in addition to the slides, there are these two books, Artificialia, which connect to Agar's connection to the botanical. One is a book, I didn't have any good images of it, but it was published by the British Museum in the 70s called Images from Life. And it's filled with photographs of biological specimens taken at high magnification. And the book states that these micrographs of plants and animals were produced by a scanning electron microscope, and they were specifically chosen for their, quote, aesthetic appeal. And then this book, so we've already talked about this actually, this is Urformen der Kunst by Karl Blossfeldt. And so as we know now, it originally came out in 1928, and Agar's copy is from 1935. And it cataloged various plant species on a highly magnified level and was partially reproduced in Document the following year of the original publication in 28, alongside Bataille's text, The Language of Flowers. And the importance of these images as they relate to Bataille's essay, as well as to a larger idea of surrealism, is really well described by Michael Taussig, saying, quote, "Is this what lies behind the sur of surrealism, as in Bataille's use of Blossfeldt? For while Blossfeldt, with his magnifying lenses, was pursuing the art in nature, Bataille was enchanted by the rupture his images thereby created. Bataille's point, surely, was not the elementary one that representation trumps nature, but rather that Blossfeldt's images are like magic tricks in which you suspect sleight of hand, but are nevertheless filled with wonder as the rabbit is extracted from the top hat. You are left suspended, unable to decide what is art and what is nature, temporarily stripped of your common sense with its assumptions as to the nature of nature, let alone the nature of art," end quote. And so Blossfeldt's highly magnified images, each reproduced on a full page, gives the reader the ability to observe details and see these plants like never before. Their extreme realness went beyond typical means of representation to reveal that which is beyond. And the selection of these plants by Bataille to reinforce his message and to give his words visual support while also allowing them to speak for themselves. Agar's connection to this work and the selection to be part of her papers attests to a similar alignment. The use of microphotography serves as a tool to recontextualize and render the object unfamiliar or uncanny. These plant specimens, as well as the botanical slides, bear witness to this legacy and her connection to phytosurrealism. And here we've got a picture that I took in her archives where there are still the pressed leaves that she had inserted in there. And then also there are other parts of the book that contain paper cutouts. Another significant kind of aspect of this book specifically, and I'm going to use this. So you can't see it very well, but there are lots of pages removed here. So there was this these missing pages having been torn out, and it's possible to presume that they were either used in her artworks or removed with the intention of use. And because there is a table of contents, it would be quite handy if we could just flip back and track the pages, because we've got over 11 pages are missing there. So we could definitely go back and see it. And so I'd like to conclude now with just a quote from Michel Rémy, Agar specialist since the 1970s. Quote, "The marvelous act as a messenger of analogies, existing in the passage that connects man with the outside world and acts as the agent of its crossover. This crossover is vividly present in Agar's works, in faces, hands, flowers, shells, butterflies, birds, and leaves. We see a world projected beyond temporal and spatial contingencies. Her poetics are a kind of natural hermeticism, making nature thought and thought nature, an exploration of the timeless, archetypal regions of the mind where myths are given birth. Agar's works, places of the dissolution of certainties, the poetization of reality, are matrices of myth. End quote. And so this externalization of Agar's interior worlds through the use of nature and her art creates this eco-poetic presence that resonates throughout her oeuvre. Her visible preoccupation with the botanical results in this phyto-surrealist marvelous that enriches the understanding of her work. And then to finish, I want to just say one more thing about Andrew Lamberth, or quote him. He's another Agar specialist, and he was instrumental in helping Agar develop her memoir. And he pointedly brings our attention to the fact that the treasure of the forest floor was a predominant source of imagery for Agar. Quote, "It is not for nothing, perhaps, that her middle name was Forester." Thank you.
Running a little over time. What we're going to do is bring the speakers for the panel discussion. We'll have about 10-15 minutes, and then we'll have our break between 1:45 and start the next panel at 12. So I'll hand over to Anna.
Thank you so much. Wow. So it's such fullness, and I wanted to start us off with a question, thinking around the incredible eco-poetics that work across the papers, and also thinking about the British context. I was amazed to hear Moore talking about nature as inexhaustible, which really struck me, but also I was thinking about the thematics across the three in terms of Kew. I know that Moore's work features at Kew, 19th century slides. Can we, do you think we can, my question really is, can we read these surrealist representations as a kind of troubling of colonial botany, economic botany, and imperial ecology?
I can say a little bit about that. What first comes to mind is the kind of background of Agar and this kind of exotic, lush land that she grows up in. She grows up in Argentina because her parents were expats. And her father had this incredibly successful agricultural business, actually. And so I think there was a lot of but the whole kind of, the botanical gardens, these were a product of colonialism. These great maritime powers were going around the world and bringing back these exotic things to be documented and catalogued. And so that definitely does tie in. And I know more about the expeditions that were documented and used for animals in Agar's work, but it's kind of the same thing where we're going around and we're finding these things and bringing them back. And I think there is this kind of unspoken colonial aspect that I want to think more about, because I think it's really important. Tying into colonialism and anti-colonialism with the surrealist movement as well. Sorry, I'm hogging the mic.
No, I would agree, and I think I suppose also I was sort of wanting to stress the need that I think often with male artists we have a tendency to automatically delve into the more scientific or critical. I think with Eileen Agar as well as with Aithel Colquhoun, their politics is something that it's how can I put it? I don't think you can sort of say they were being automatically critical and anti-colonial critique of empire. I think there's a self-consciousness, however, and questions being raised. And I think because the British surrealists were also very quickly divided as to those that were going to take a political stance, notably with the Spanish Civil War, that encouraged that kind of self-reflection. At the same time, I think if we look at Minotaur, which we both cited, or Document as well, we have the sense that there's a kind of ethnographic curiosity, and frankly just they, and and you're citing Henry Moore's library too, we're talking about very well-read artists as well who are sort of magpie-like, looking for things. And then in the case of people in London, like Paris Pheasant, what can one find, and what, it's not the department stores, but it is the glass houses, which isn't unusual. But it does put them in a very particular social clique, which we can't fault, but that is something that also is not uncommon, particularly with women. A certain element of privilege and education, but they draw on those materials to critique from within. So I suppose that's it's whether it's manifest or latent within the kind of reading.
Yeah.
Actually, really I think it ties in very well with what you just said. I mean, I wanted to stress the more like botanical aspect of his work. That was the main point of my presentation. However, Minotaur and Document, they were like even in Moore's library and then currently the archive. His work was extensively, especially because of Reed, actually reproduced in a number of Minotaur's issues. And of course, because of the connections of the number of artists I just mentioned in my presentations, he was aware of all these discourses around also the ethnographic aspect. Also, again, that's something I didn't mention in my presentation, but actually that's another reading of the works, especially of the internal external form that I talked about early on. So in a way, I think Moore was very conscious of these discourses, and then something potentially became even more aware of in the immediate post-war. Also, something again I didn't mention in my presentation, but in 1930 he was kindly involved with it was quite politically active again because of the Spanish Civil War. He produced a number of works, and then I think going back specifically to a more like political aspect of, especially like in relation to gardening and plant, we have to remember also that Moore's wife was from Ukraine, and she left Russia. Then the garden was very much Irina's domain. That actually then Moore's really developed the rest of these dates. And again, I don't know much about that, but it would be really interesting to see how much he was aware of all these, also what Alice and Christine took in their own presentations. So I agree, there's something really like still to unpack there.
Yeah. And let's make the most of time by and open up to the floor. Does anybody want to ask a question? There's a roving mic, I believe.
Hello, thank you so much for that. That was absolutely brilliant, all three of the presentations. I kind of had a question more specifically for Alice. I realise she's just getting water, I'm so sorry. No, I wanted to ask, it came up a little bit in your presentation about the text Waterstone to the Wise and the connection to the image of the water lily, which you beautifully evoked, to the kind of growing from the mud up into the air, and that as a vision of enlightenment. And I kind of wanted to ask about how it could be related, or how you believed it could be related in any way to the motion of the unconscious to the conscious, and the kind of troubling of that line between water and land and things like that, and the idea of fluid exchange that comes up in diagrams of love quite heavily, and then the queerness of that, which I realise I've kind of made a sweeping comment that kind of covers 1,001 things. The question itself is essentially just, do you have any further thoughts about the ideas of queer subconsciousness and consciousness in relation to the evocation of water in Eiffel Cocoon's work during the time period that you were looking at?
So, yes, thank you. I actually gave a talk on queer water at CAA over a week ago, which is a different part of this project. So so the only, I suppose, detail is the lesbian shore from this talk, evoking that. So I think it's interesting that in terms of her work, all four elements are in the mix, as well as the colour palette, which indicates the four elements. And for that work, however, it is more the kind of Kabbalah emphasis on that you go from soil to plant to animal to human. It's not hierarchical, so the main emphasis for her aesthetic is as above, so below, so that it's more cyclical. The queering comes into play, I think, or for me, I think it's quite interesting because I think there's a lot around science and sexology at this moment for particularly women artists who are thinking through the notion of nature, deviancy, creativity versus procreativity. And what's interesting about her approach to water and to, as I say, sort of nature is very much is a bit comparable to Cloquin at the time, is the sense that nature exemplifies same sexuality, often in terms of animals, in terms of birds, in terms of plants. She's talking a lot about hermaphroditic imagery. And that's where this links to diagrams of love, where again you see her dealing with notions of the hermaphrodite specifically is the language she used, like you said, waterstone noise is the mix. I think water is a kind of quite canonical, classical, just literally classical sapphic motif. Putting a queer feminist lens makes sense in many ways, but I suppose I'm more interested in also seeing how the language she uses as opposed to the language I might put on it. But I'm rambling now a bit, aren't I? But it is something that is sort of the other half, I suppose, of this idea. And also, I just think the fact that the seaside and water has such specific British and class associations that, again, the subversive edge should be acknowledged, as opposed to becoming a kind of a postcard surrealism, which is what scholars, and including, I think, Remy has sort of done to date. She does have exchanges with this woman, she does her portraits, and she is somebody then, even in Queer Cornwall, who's surrounded by a circle, and so we have a whole landscape, floral imagery, there's gorgeous loads of stuff to make it quite clear that she's terribly knowing. And if we don't get the references, then, more for us.
Any further questions? Here at the back,
Hi, any of you artists, if so, have any of you had a crack at any of this yourselves?
Are any of you artists who have had a crack at any of this yourselves?
I'm a mother, which means I've definitely done footage and montage. And I always say that if you study surrealism, you end up becoming surrealist, so it's also a health warning. But I haven't, not yet have I got a studio for it.
It was my New Year's resolution to start creating and stop consuming so much and start putting output. And so, thank you. This is the sign from the universe that I have to get started. I have the watercolors, I've got the brush, the paper. I'm gonna start. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Oh, yes. So I'm researching Cahoon to do with biomorphism and ecology. I just wondered, I'd be interested in all the female surrealists and that kind of the relationship that they share, whether they're met or not, about biomorphism and ecological warnings, perhaps, that might be present either consciously or unconsciously in their work, when thought about all through the warnings. catch all of that.
It's asking about ecology and like warning and kind of this incoming destruction.
Exactly. I mean, I suppose a lot of them were working during the war, so that there's a link with that. But also any kind of ideas about whether it's an unconscious or conscious biological warning in their biomorphic work, or leaf work, or ecological work, or nature work.
So, do you want to? No. Okay. Well, no. This is really interesting because something that I want to start thinking about is this. So Agar expressed extreme anxiety around the war, and then she had this very intense relationship with an official war artist as well. And so there is this output. One work that comes to mind, we've got these warplanes. There's like some kind of like warship in the background, and then in the foreground, it's not. Well, it's a mastodon skeleton, and then there are some kind of more plant-like elements, if I remember correctly, and it's at the Imperial War Museum as well. So I think that there is something here, and the way that. So that's just one instance, but the way that she was so healed by spending time in nature, in Tenerife and these Canary Islands, that really brought her back. That is something that I think is completely the case. But it definitely requires more analysis and more.
Yeah, and I think I'd only add that Claude Gahn was vocally and actively in resisting war, not just as a Jewish female living with her lover, but was part of the contre-attaque group, where we have the left trying to combine the mid-1930s against fascism. So I suppose it's just there are women working bimorphism, but I mean, I always make the point the men are also working bimorphism. So if you look at André Masson's work, it's very much anti-war and dealing more with trauma and issues that Patricia addresses in her recent work too. So I think it's in terms of the network and collective, then that's important to keep in mind. The women are a certain element to that, but in those cases too, it goes. It's a Marxist feminism that's at foot with Claude Gahn's work. I only mention sexology because obviously in the 20s you've got a boom period and interest in, if you think of Weimar Germany and Paris, you've got great liberty, but of course immediately that becomes degenerate and that becomes policed and ostracized. So you have an increasing encoding around issues of biology, and as the 30s progresses, and so we have to be mindful of the very brutal political field as we're teasing out tropes and kind of symbolism in that sense. So I suppose that's the only thing in the artists we're talking about, words signing manifestos in that sense. But again, that is not something that makes them not surrealist. And as I mentioned, people like Messens, who's Belgian, was also policing. So as always, we had a lot of this, fraternity type politics, as well as serious fascism afoot, maybe.
And I'm conscious we are really running out of time. Just what I would like to just to mention very briefly, in terms of trauma. So in terms of war, we have to remember he was traumatized by First World War, and then because also it was men, and it was at that time it was really not very much talked about also the trauma that actually that generation went through. Some very traumatic events at the First World War. Then it was not enlisting in the Second World War, however, spent time in London just drawing people who shout, the drawings we are very much, and they're beautiful drawings, but they look more like larvae rather than human. So there is again just going back to nature. And they are outstanding. If you have a chance to see them, the majority of them, they are in the British Museum. So again, this connection to nature, and also in terms of environment, consciously, say in the post-war period, so he joined the CND movement more. So even if he was not overly politically, like an over political artist, however, like there are these really like, I would say, moments would make you really think in a way differently. And also if you actually spend time in the Caribbean, it's really interesting the way he uses natures and material, regularly recycled and reused materials. So in that sense, there is this kind of client, like conscious. Going back to
I guess to try and draw us round to a close, it would be great to sort of ask you a little bit about, again, we've got these 3 British artists and this context, and you spoke about Moore's work as being so fluid, kind of operating between surrealism and modernism and abstraction and the landscape. And I'm just wondering, and there's this great renewal of interest in British surrealism, and there's this plant humanities perspective. Is this something that are the kind of eco-poetics of surrealism really particularly pronounced within this British context? Is that something that you might say? You don't think so?
Well, no, because no, I don't think so. I think those sort of national boundaries aren't particularly useful. But my Dorothy Channing book that you mentioned is coming out, so it's all based on landscapes and eco-poetics, but also because she suddenly does flowers, and so a lot of that meant that I was thinking through a lot of flowers across artists. And that's in Language of Flowers, and again where everyone was sort of seeing her flowers as kind of almost rip off Georgia O'Keeffe's, because I was sort of exhibiting them and looking at them and doing closer, they begged closer attention. And it is also where I think as sort of, historians and curators, etc., there's a kind of obligation just to make sure we're not reinforcing those canonical hierarchies that we teach against, we stand against. So the genre, the still life, was in the mix. But for me, no, and I think it's also a question of, it's like an oxymoron to think of British surrealism, but I do think certain things that British surrealists latched onto in terms of poetry, it's about the library and also about the landscapes they seize. I think that's sort of just been, that merits, I suppose, closer attention. And at the same time, we're dealing with artists who are between, Paris and London and New York and moving. We have reviews being shared. So in terms of migration, nomadism, the kind of the war-torn times, the fact that British people are born in India, etc., all that, and there's a strong Celtic element, I think, in the mix of all this too. So there's a kind of our obligation is to just mapping surrealism in that sense. I don't think we need to make something peculiar. Well, I'm Irish, so I'm never going to say we need to make something peculiar British. But the soul of it lies in the Celtic, as far as I'm concerned. But it's still, I do think I don't think we kind of need to do that because it's pigeonholing. And for me, the eco-poetic is something that just makes sense.
This is where you now disagree with me.
No, I have to say I simply tend to agree, because actually the canonical reading of surrealism is just British artists looking at landscape, and surrealist artists urban. It's like the opening line of anytime you speak. I read about surrealism, and I'm not an expert on surrealism but I think really like mapping out also. Something we have to, I think whenever we approach art, artists look at other artists' work in either magazines, articles, or productions, or they meet, just like, and that really goes beyond borders and just like very regional. That's my.
I agree with you both. And I think that while there is this, this very strong legacy of the Romanticism movement within British surrealism, it is nice how it is,
connected with this network that's all over because of the nature of these people constantly moving around and traveling and experiencing different cultures and movements as well. And so I think that there is something that's bigger that I think is...
That makes sense. Just, yeah, loads of examples of this.
Yeah.
Or just the magpies, isn't it?
I like that. When we use that. Okay, so I think we've got a chance to have maybe one. No, it's like that. Thank you so much to our speakers.
Hello everyone. It's great to be here today. Wanted to thank Eleanor, Clara Dow, Kirsty Gregory, Adam Burntown and Sean Kettering for all their great work in organising today. Pleased to introduce our next panel, which is Surrealism in Yorkshire. I just wanted to take a moment just to say a few words. So Leeds and West Yorkshire have long held important connections with Surrealism through their collections and exhibition histories and the entanglement between these. And this is particularly evident in the connection between the three organisations which kind of brought us here today, the Hepworth Wakefield, the Henry Moore Institute and Leeds Art Gallery. And in 1986, Leeds City Art Gallery hosted the groundbreaking exhibition Surrealism in Britain in the 30s. To mark the 50th anniversary of the International Surrealist exhibition held at the New Burlington Galleries in Piccadilly in London in June 1936, which we've already heard lots about. And I'd like to here pay a tribute to Alex Robertson, keeper of Leeds City Art Gallery, who instigated this, organising the exhibition and making the selection of works. And Alex sadly passed away at the end of last year. Alex Robertson, together with Terry Friedman, principal keeper of the Henry Moore Centre for the Study of Sculpture, which would later become the Henry Moore Institute, authored the catalogue entries for the exhibition. And the exhibition catalysed a re-interest in surrealism in Britain. As a Leeds doctor and City Councillor Geoffrey Sherwin later recalled, until I walked into Leeds Art Gallery in 1986, I didn't know that British surrealism existed. I wondered how many others were in the same position. And Sherwin goes on to say that the Leeds exhibition had a profound effect on me. If it hadn't been for the imagination of Leeds City Art Gallery, and particularly two curators, the late Terry Friedman and Alex Robertson, there wouldn't have been an exhibition or my interest. This is why it is so important to have well-funded regional galleries that employ highly qualified curators. Certainly without them, British Surrealism would have been a closed book as far as I'm concerned. And the exhibition prompted Sherwin to begin collecting, leading him to amass one of the most significant private collections of British Surrealism in the country. And during his lifetime, his collection formed the basis for reassessment of British Surrealism through exhibitions. And following his death in 2018, the Geoffrey Sherwin and Family Collection and the Associated Archive have now formed a permanent home at Hepworth Wakefield with works on display, I think, upstairs in the exhibition, which hopefully you'll be able to see at lunchtime. And as I went through the catalogue again last night for the British Surrealism in Britain exhibition, I noticed that one of the people who were mentioned in the thank yous was the Leeds surrealist Anthony Earnshaw, who we'll be hearing more about in this panel, which is a nice moment to introduce today's speakers. So we've got two speakers in today's panel, and firstly we're going to be hearing from Krzysztof Fialski. Sorry, I have. And so Krzysztof is Professor of Visual Culture on the Fine Art Programme, Norwich University of the Arts. And as a writer, his principal focus is the history, theory and practices of the international surrealist movement. And his publications include Surrealism, Key Concepts, 2016, and the International Encyclopedia of Surrealism from 2019. And he has contributed essays for catalogues including The Surrealism at Pompidou, Surrealism Beyond Borders at Tate, and Objects of Desire, Surrealism and Design at the Vitra Design Museum. And Christophe's paper is entitled Surrealism, Bricolage and the Anti-Work Ethic, Anthony Earnshaw and Peter Wood. And following that, we will be hearing from Dr. Hope Wolfe, who is a reader in literature and visual culture at the University of Sussex. And her book, Sussex Modernism, will be published by Yale University Press in 2025. And she is curating an exhibition of the same title at Town at Eastbourne, which I'm very much looking forward to seeing. And her recent work traces a history of assumptions about provincial and explores the relationship between regionalism and different modernist movements. And so, without further ado, I am going to invite our first speaker to take the panel, and we'll begin.
It would be better if you gave it. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. My thanks to Kirsty and to all the teams, the Henry Moore and here at Hepworth, for the invitation and for what is shaping up to be an absolutely brilliant day. Writing in New York in 1942, as he reassessed the personal significance of surrealism at a moment of exile and global conflict, surrealist poet André Breton summed up his stubborn independence. I'm quoting here. Doubtless, there is too much north in me for me ever to be the one to pledge his whole allegiance to anything. In my eyes, this north is made up of both natural granite fortifications and fog. Though I'm only too likely to demand everything of a creature I consider beautiful, I'm far from granting the same credit to those abstract constructions that go by the name of systems. End quote. Now, no doubt there can be more discussion today about the surrealism of granite and fog, but my task here is to introduce the work of two northern individuals whose deep suspicion of systems and whose lifelong commitment to the fulgurant beauty of surrealism aligns them with Breton's intransigence. Their names are Anthony Earnshaw and Peter Wood, the first familiar to many of you, the second probably completely unknown. While their working-class Yorkshire roots, their plural activities as artists and writers, and their special focus on collage and assemblage offers much that could be read in parallel, a closer look also brings out notable distinctions in the way in which their common background and reflections on questions of labour and class work themselves out. And since surrealism is perhaps first of all a story about relationships and experiences, of encounters that change people's lives, I hope you won't mind my expressing here that meeting Tony and Peter also had this effect on my own life. As a Green PhD student investigating the theory and practice of the surrealist object in 1988, I was given Earnshaw's address by his friend Paul Hammond and went to meet him and his wife Gail at home in Chapel Allerton, Leeds, to ask him about his work. It was a turning point for me to realise that it was still possible to meet actual living surrealists, and British ones at that. His warmth and directness put me at ease at once, and amongst the things he willingly shared was a contact for Peter, who quickly opened the door to a whole world of contemporary surrealist activity in Paris. In the coming years, I'd be fortunate enough not only to get to know them both, but to exhibit and publish with them, signalling the direction of my future activity and career in a crucial way. Now, there's much to say about the lives and works of both men, but I'd like today to focus on one specific proposition within that part of their practice that had been my route into knowing them. In their distinctive focus on assemblage, the two artists, both self-taught but intensely committed practitioners, navigated the complex question of the object, not just as a practical entity in the everyday world whose energies challenge everyday conventions of utility and value, but also as a physical route into thought and knowledge, in disrupting found objects so as to unlock latent and unruly ideas buried in their materiality, a strategy that is fundamentally as philosophic as it is artistic. Now, when I picture both men respectfully but firmly pushing back at any attempts on my part to theorise what for them was a deeply intuitive, direct working practice, we might think about setting their commitment to assemblage against the perspective set out, for example, by Abigail Suzzick's scholarship recently on surrealism's imaginative and activist resistance to capitalist labour in her book Surrealist Sabotage and the War on Work of 2021. But another tempting paradigm I'd like to pick up here is the notion of bricolage, proposed by French ethnologist and erstwhile surrealist associate Claude Lévi-Strauss, who argues in his 1962 study La Pensée Sauvage, Wild Thought, that the mythopoetic thinking of tribal and pre-modern cultures is a, quote, science of the concrete, end quote. a logic that makes connections between things or ideas that used to serve one purpose but are now given a new function. In particular, he contrasts the approach to problem solving in industrial societies, characterised by engineering and specialist technologies, with the attitude summed up by the untranslatable French word bricolage, where a bricoleur is someone who comes up with practical or intellectual solutions in an ingenious, ad hoc way with whatever materials come to hand. With its emphasis on chance, on the canny repurposing of familiar materials that prompt new patterns of thinking and connecting, I think it's a short step from bricolage to Earnshaw and Wood's collage and assemblage practices, while at the same time, in this model of liberating and non-alienated labour, I'd like to keep somewhere in view the relevance for both men of a working class heritage, an aversion to familiar patterns of labour, and the entrenched oppositional politics to which surrealism gives special value. Tony Earnshaw would recount that the year of his birth, 1924, was both the year Lenin died and the year Breton published the first Surrealist manifesto. The convergence neatly sums up his two strongest ethical and personal orientations, even if his lifelong political allegiance would be to anarchism rather than communism, and that these two passions vied with a third, New Orleans jazz. Born in Ilkley into a family with strained circumstances, Earnshaw was schooled in Leeds, the place he came to see as home, and the city in which he would witness the Jarrow March and the popular uprising against Oswald Mosley and his black shirts. Given the precarious situation of his family, he left school at 15 to work as an apprentice fitter and lathe turner at Ingleby Motors in Leeds, a job terminated some 8 years later after he posted up a satirical political poem aimed at his employers. It was a gesture no doubt made in direct response to his recent discovery in Leeds Public Library of Surrealism, whose explosive mixture of poetic imagination, self-directed but collaborative artistic practice, and radical politics infected him, launching artworks and writings of his own. There was further employment as a crane operator at the engineering works of Thomas Green and Sons in Leeds, until the point around the mid-60s when Earnshaw could finally dispense with factory work and devote himself to more urgent priorities, as well as teaching in fine art departments at colleges in Harrogate and Bradford, and then Leeds Polytechnic. If this sounds like Earnshaw, that's good. If this sounds like Earnshaw settling into a secure institutional framework, from early on his creative activity had been notably divergent. To begin with, his commitment was to painting, pursued at home in a living room armchair or in breaks between tasks as a crane operator, in which the influence of Paul Klee coloured an environment of machinery and rusted metals. Gradually, his images and drawings steered towards a more dream-inflected world that could be immediate, recognisably of the everyday domains of life in an industrial town, wry and absurd. But at some point in the mid-1970s, he abandoned painting for assemblage, in which the direct and forceful presence of repurposed objects imposed themselves in works that felt pragmatic but disturbingly off-kilter, in which an instant and readily accessible humour is nevertheless not an end in itself, but a door to realigned meaning and purpose, in contrast to a world where most people are made to settle for supposedly practical face values. All this while, Earnshaw had also been busy writing 2 novels and the idiosyncratic comic strip Walker in collaboration with his lifelong friend Eric Thacker, but also short, distinctive texts and statements that again nudge the settled everyday environment into revolutionary dream work. I'm quoting from his aphorisms here. Fear of axe and bonfire keeps chairs and tables in their place. A street leading to a rubbish dump is old before its time. Warning, this slag heap has been undermined by the working class. End quote. His collection Flick Knives and Forks has the subtitle Aphorisms, Jokes, Insults, Stories with Morals, Lies, and it's an orientation that aligns his work very clearly with the strands of surrealism centred less on Paris than on Brussels, a surrealism of scepticism, disobedience and dry jokes. Unsurprisingly then, while Earnshaw participated in collective surrealist publications and exhibitions through his life, close links from the 1960s onwards with John Lyle's Transformation Group, for instance, or his connections with the Leeds Surrealist Group from the 1990s onwards. But despite this, his presence feels particularly apt in contexts such as Belgian surrealist Marcel Marien's periodical Les Lèvres Nues. There's an acerbic sense of the world's inherent absurdity in an early formative assemblage called Found Object Lamp Holder of 1965 that betrays a former electrical machine maker's eye for what does and doesn't work. It's prompted by an awkward object, a mismade light bulb fitting missing one of its 2 bayonet slots, and so effectively useless for its purpose, despite presumably being mass-produced by a supposedly infallible repetitive process. laid out against a no-frills white background evoking plasterwork, and accompanied by a label that explains found object, lamp holder with one slot missing, bought from Woolworth's Briggate, Leeds, 1965. We see the disobedient component and its curtailed flex, but also a little distance away the light bulb intended for it, like a forever jilted groom. And above them, placed centrally, what looks like a half sphere of the pendant from which the electrical wiring would have hung. In what would become Earnshaw's trademark laconic style, the vitrine adopts a documentary display, no fuss or nostalgia, and note that the venue is Woolworths, not some venerable specialist hardware store. Everything's in place, nothing hidden to the eye, and yet everything is wrong, from the mistake in the manufacture of a bog-standard item to the daft but inevitable fact that Tony went ahead and bought it anyway. A vague air of innuendo hangs around the vitrine, of cancelled promises or body-shaped mechanics. I think Tony would have been well aware, for instance, of Marcel Duchamp's illusion of electrical and sexual tensions, even as such readings didn't interest him very much. But these are brushed away by the prosaic, unpretentious myth-making of Earnshaw's bricolage assertion. What fails in one practical realm is chosen to work differently, in an alternate, imaginative zone that is just as actual, just as factual. I regret not having taken photographs of his busy but meticulously tidy workshop, in which Tony observed how he supervised every aspect of his boxes from start to finish, simply but carefully, using just the right tools. In this sense, then, he'd kept something of his fitter and turner's apprenticeship, the propriety and economy, the right equipment for the right task. And we'll remember how Lévi-Strauss specifically contrasts bricoleur and engineer. But I think in Tony's work there's also a feeling of this labour turned against itself, of the crafty anarchist saboteur. The 1978 assemblage, The Turn of the Weeds, stages its subversions in the gaps between some deft double readings of objects and words. Against a rectangle of unvarnished plywood, pitched at jaunty angles, we see two small chromed C-clamps grasping what looks like a hunk of 2x4, and an old adjustable wrench, its jaws prized wide open to accommodate the span of an artificial flower, while a second flower peeps from behind a wooden block. Whether it's squashed by it, thriving despite its weight, or indeed sprouting from the timber itself, I can't quite decide. The turn of the wheel would suggest proverbs, trite truths, things change but life goes on. But here, I'd like to think, though the opposite might be just as plausible, it's weeds not wheels, nature not industry, that get their turn and win the day, promise revenge. And what's more, these weeds will blossom in anarchy's utopia. The wrench tries to grasp the bloom, takes the angle to exert its torque, but to no avail. This weed, with its own wild thought, is not for turning. But then, of course, the place to find artificial flowers is in the graveyard. The rigour and economy of Earnshaw's assemblages couldn't be further from the exuberant profligacy of those of his friend and fellow surrealist conspirator, Peter Wood. As Gail Earnshaw would later recall, the two men first met in the Nag's Head pub, Leeds, in the early 1970s. In the wake of Peter's untimely death, Tony would write, I'm quoting, "All those many years ago when Peter first stepped around the corner and came in sight, I straight away knew I'd found a comrade, a man of my own kidney who preferred to dwell in a corner of his own construction rather than the glamorised banality of modern life." End quote. They would have had much to talk about, not least that Peter too came from a working class family in West Yorkshire, Hepworth in his case, not far from Leeds. In later years, Peter and Gail in particular would enjoy baffling their non-Anglophone friends with mock conversations in Yorkshire accents. But where Tony's obligations had kept him close to his roots, Peter's restlessness, and no doubt a strong need to elude his background, led him away as soon as could be managed. Accepted to study German at Cambridge, a place to muse on class and belonging if ever there was one, and Peter would laughingly recall crossing paths in his first year with Prince Charles. It was around this period, and with his natural gift for languages, that he came across the work of the surrealist poet Joyce Mansour, which seems to have oriented him definitively towards surrealism. By 1976, Peter had made Paris his home, where Mansour befriended him and introduced him to figures from the surrealist diaspora. For a while, he worked as secretary to surrealist artist Roberto Matta, but for most of his life, he'd earn a living, often precariously, as a teacher and then especially professional translator. The latter a consummate skill, even if for Peter, work of any kind usually seemed nothing but a chore. Active as a poet and writer, and soon as a maker of collages and assemblages, Wood was drawn into the feverish but largely undocumented activity of ephemeral, surrealist-leaning collectives, publications and exhibitions in Paris, France and internationally during the 1970s and 80s, notably his central role in surrealist magazines such as The Grid, The Moment and Hourglass, animated together with writer, artist and activist Abdul Qadir El-Janabi. And it was this spirit of collaborative experience and the energy Peter would devote to making things happen despite the odds that led him to co-found the Hourglass Association with a group of friends in the second half of the 1980s. The association would publish plaquettes and books of surrealist writings, but for a decade would also organise a series of exhibitions at a community gallery space, the Galerie Neuf in the 18th arrondissement of Paris, notably of British surrealists, including Tony, of course, in 1995, and especially of the Czechoslovak surrealist group in May 1990, which was the group's first public presentation since the Velvet Revolution after 2 decades underground. The generosity of Peter's friendship, but also his encyclopedic knowledge and infallible conversation, were all of a piece with the collages and assemblages that also feel as though they've tumbled spontaneously into view, as absorbing and evanescent as his stories. His early three-dimensional pieces tended to be freestanding accumulations of articles, often organised around a central, more substantial item, onto which smaller knickknacks and baubles accumulated like perverse votive charms. One example is a work I remember seeing on display in his tiny, chaotic flat, so brimming with books, pictures and assemblages it felt as though I'd stepped straight into a life-sized artwork and might never find my way out. A faded, padded presentation box, perhaps for cutlery or another household item, showcases a robust dual-function scrubbing brush from which the tongue of a shoehorn, smeared with what looks like red nail varnish, protrudes in rude warning. Peeping from the safety of this domestic defence engine is a battered, shy-looking doll's head with an oversized hearing trumpet, and gathered around are more ornamental trinkets and outdated tools, some so broken or unmoored from their original purpose it's hard to identify them. On the back of this box, the title now lost, though it must certainly have had one originally, are the faded remains of an automatic poem that pitches this motley gathering into something both sinister and intimate. Dripping on, off, and moulding us in a dry coagulate, modulation of your throbbing grasp, which heightens the tension, quickens the silver pulse, splicing my tongue, bracing ourselves for a future, with fresh roses somewhere between your roots. Peter's process was of intense activity over short bursts, often elaborating several pieces at once, using chance and intuition to pose each element, but notably little expertise, since making everything ship-shape and robust, as Tony Earnshaw might have advised, was a low priority for him, with the result that many of his assemblages were vulnerable to collapse. He admitted that making them was not an artistic activity as such, but a way to amuse himself and allay solitude, to stave off boredom. As such, this eminently bricolage-style practice must have felt like the antithesis of work. Indeed, a powerful essay published in 1979, Appeal Against Life Sentence to Hard Labour, made clear his contempt for such an activity. I'm quoting from it now. Work is all the more odious for having been preached to the point of indoctrination by a morality that binds the centuries. The curse of Adam is that we shall earn our bread by the sweat of our brows, the worst possible punishment conceived of to torture innocence, where the workhouse is a prison and the refusal or withdrawal of labour a crime. The only possible justification of work is that it is productive to the minimum of material needs and must otherwise be defined as injurious, nefarious and useless. End quote. An untitled poem by Peter of that same year reframes this stance as utopian revolt. I'm quoting again. We shall strike for more dreams and petrify rainbows to find their pots of gold. We shall cobble the streets with toppled crowns. We shall opt for the other and work nights to abolish labour. We shall keep our false promises too. Much as the object remnants that populated these works might come from the alternative economies of flea markets and junk shops, Wood liked it best when friends supplied them. For example, he staged a tombola at work where donations could earn the lucky ticket of an artwork. During an extended stay in Sweden around 1986, artist Bo Weisland supplied him with scientific display cases and specimens of insects and animal skeletons from the Copenhagen biology faculty, which Peter appropriated along with toys, fabrics, jewellery, etc. The start, I think, of Wood's sustained interest in using boxes as containers for the works. In the late examples, which are incredibly hard to photograph, so apologies for the quality here, in the late examples, vitrines housed large, expanded polystyrene crates snaffled from market stalls around the corner from his flat. Glue and spray paint melted the plastic into coral formations or iridescent wounds, and a queasy atmosphere of attraction and repulsion often reigned in these anti-Wunderkammers, in which the sparkle of a jewel or fascination of a gewgaw would draw in an eye that would just as soon recoil at the sight of a hidden clipping from an adult magazine or the ooze of congealed glue. The components speak of the aesthetics and pretensions of class. Cheap but aspirational accessories, redundant or excessive ornament, broken household equipment, the forlorn appeal of outmoded fashion. Any labour here has the effect not of cementing value, but of unmooring it from the codes that trap commodities and their users, of impelling the utilitarian towards myths and speculations, as the reveries and anxieties trapped inside every commercial object begin to leak out. So it is by quite different means to the object of Anthony Earnshaw, perhaps by the very opposite means even. Peter Wood's assemblages stage a kind of magic waste disposal zone for industry, work and class, in which surrealism's avid defence against labour comes full circle into a poetic bricolage making. Thanks very much.
I hope those two fascinating papers, and I think you there were so many interesting things I just sort of noted down. Things about, I think, time frames, what we consider even earlier for surrealism, later, the relationship between the regional and the international, industry class, and also just the idea about juxtaposition, so many juxtapositions, which I think is really interesting. But I'm also aware it's nearly lunchtime, so I'm happy to just open up the floor for questions, to prioritise questions from the audience, if anybody has any they would like to ask. I think someone at the back.
Yeah, something I thought stretched across both papers is the presence of mass media, and we've got the personal adverts in this kind of almost proto-pop, simulacral style machine in Edward Wadsworth's work. But then also we've got Anthony Earnshaw producing surrealist assemblage in the 1960s and beyond in this kind of age of consumerism and mass media. And I just wondered for both of you kind of how you felt surrealism fitted into what we could almost call pop art, the pop age, and kind of how you then thought that kind of played through some of the things you've been talking about.
That's an interesting question, and probably quite a complicated one. I think I'd be inclined to slightly kind of hedge and divert the conversation by talking about the way in which the origins of pop art in Britain spring very much from a surrealist sensibility. And this is a whole other story, and you probably know, people in the audience will know much more about it than me, but I'm thinking of individuals like Nigel Henderson, for instance, who worked in Peggy Guggenheim's gallery in Cork Street, and as a very young man had known people like Max Ernst and Marcel Duchamp, had been to Paris and had met all the significant players of Paris-based surrealism as well as the London ones. And Henderson is absolutely kind of crucial to the development of the independent group, which then becomes the formation of what subsequently becomes known as pop art. And people like Palozzi, for instance, Palozzi's links to surrealism are made through Henderson. I think the relationship with the mass media is probably very different in surrealism before and after the war. I think their position would have been much more kind of cynical and critical after the Second World War. But I would just add one tiny detail, which is that Tony Earnshaw and Eric Thacker's amazing, very really off-kilter comic strip Walker appears in the Times literary supplement, which is maybe not the mass media, but a kind of step towards it. It was, printed for a wide public. So, there was an interest there in taking that step.
I don't have much more to add. I mean, there's sort of an interest in the everyday, and the everyday for say Anthony Earnshaw, for example, or Jeff Keane is a lot of it's pop imagery, commercial things, that kind of thing. So they're using kind of what's around them. I don't think, say, Keane's work, and I'm not sure Earnshaw's work either. I mean, you know about it, but just from looking at it, I don't think it's necessarily celebratory of pop culture. I think it can be very critical of it, intensely so. And Keane's is certainly, I think, critical of the violence which is there in kind of pop culture as well, and its repressive aspects. It makes me think about the kitsch object that we looked at yesterday in Patricia Allen's show,
So it's a really complex relationship, but I don't think, where some kinds of abstract forms of art can often be seen as a retreat from the world, I think we use some kind of commercial pop, mass media stuff in the artists we've been talking about, with the exception of course. Yeah, I think they're not trying to retreat, they're trying to engage, is what I can say. I'll keep on a bit.
I think there's another question. Hello, thank you both for that. That was awesome. I had a friend recently who said to me that since moving to this country, one of the things that she'd noticed was that every single person is preoccupied with class on some level. And I wanted to ask whether you think that is something that permeates the various forms of British surrealism. That was literally it. I don't know why I paused.
Yeah, I mean, of course, surrealism as a whole tends to get tarred with this accusation that's often levelled against the early Paris-based group, that it's essentially, that they're all coming out of the bourgeoisie and that these are all people from very comfortable backgrounds, even if they attempt to be class-traited. I think the British surrealist group, and again there'll be people here who can tell us much more detail about this, but the British surrealist group I think would already have been characterised by some quite sharp divisions along the lines of class as well as geography. I'm thinking of people like Herbert Reed, who becomes Sir Herbert Reed, Roland Penrose, who became Sir Roland Penrose, and who even in the 1930s were already kind of establishment figures. There's a strong Oxbridge component to the literary aspects of British surrealism. And then you've got people coming from other kinds of places. I'm thinking about the way in which the surrealist artist Conroy Maddox, who was from Birmingham, and sort of who pointedly kind of refuses to get involved in late 1930s British surrealism for kind of political and ethical reasons, but I can't help thinking that it's also, somewhere buried in there are kind of suspicions about class. I think the British surrealist movement I tend to see it as actually quite fractured and fragmented, despite some moments of triumph of really interesting things like publications and exhibitions. But when you look at their really divergent political positions, for instance, you see as much divergence and disagreement as you do coherence, and class is one of those defining ones.
I mean, I basically think every artwork is shaped by one's economic kind of background and situation. But in terms of actually more direct engagement with class, I mean, I think something that maybe hasn't been written about as much as it might is the kind of sort of fetishization of the worker. I've definitely seen this, the sort of the fetishization of particularly the rural worker who's sometimes associated with kind of eroticism and things like that. And I think there's kind of interesting connections can be made with really wonderful work on surrealist treatments of women. You can make connections between that and surrealist treatments of people who are from a different class from the surrealists, some of the surrealists themselves. I mean, I think both you and I are really interested in the later, people who kind of come to surrealism later, and then you actually have work made by people, who don't come from backgrounds of privilege, and then I think surrealism then changes as a result of that. I would say. But, yeah.
And one last thing, I think we haven't mentioned so far, because again it's a whole other story, but the rise of the sociological ethnographic group mass observation, which again comes partly out of the surrealist milieu and sensibility of poets and photographers as well as anthropologists, and that is essentially concerned with investigating and documenting class in all its varieties. Yeah.
We've got time for one more question if there are any, or if not, we can take that moment to all have some lunch. So if you could join me in just thanking our speakers.
So welcome everybody back to the second part of this wonderful conference, and I must say I so enjoyed the papers, and I'm very much looking forward to our next 3 papers as well. But at first I really want to congratulate Eleanor Clayton on an absolutely magnificent exhibition, and I will be at time just now during the break to see her show Forbidden Territories. It is really a fascinating and very important exhibition on surrealism and landscape. And I'd also like to thank Eleanor, I'd like to thank my co-curator, Dr. Claire O'Dowd, and Christy Gregory for organizing such a wonderful event, which really brings us together. And it's wonderful to see also so many colleagues of mine here today, and so many students as well from all sorts of different institutions. So it's wonderful to see you all here, and I hope you're enjoying the conference, and it certainly is a really interesting experience and learning experience for me. So the session, this session is Surrealism and Trauma, and I feel very honored to be introducing our next three speakers. Gavin Parkinson is Professor of European Modernism at the Courtauld Institute of Art in London. He has published numerous essays and articles, mainly on surrealism, and his most recent books are Picasso, The Lost Sketchbook from 2024, and Robert Rauschenberg's Surrealism from 2023. After Gavin, our next speaker will be David Hopkins, and he is Professor Emeritus and Professorial Research Fellow in Art History at the University of Glasgow. He has written widely on Dada, Surrealism, and post-war European art and theory, and his books include Dada and Surrealism, a very short introduction, Dada's Voice, Masculinity after Duchamp, Virgin Microbe, Essays on Dada, co-edited with Michael White, and After Modern Art, 1945 to 2017. His latest books are Dark Toys, Surrealism and the Culture of Childhood, and Contagion, Hygiene and the Avant-Garde, co-edited with Lisa Person for Routledge. And our first speaker is Andrea Kremes, and she's Professor of Western European Literatures at Europa Universität Viadrina, and has worked as a researcher and lecturer of Francophone and Hispanic literatures and cultures at Goethe University in Frankfurt. She has published widely on Caribbean and Latin American literature, film and other media, transcultural studies, post-colonial theory, intermediate methodology, and international surrealism. And her latest monograph, Die Weltkünste des Surrealismus, Netzwerke und Perspektiven aus dem globalen Süden, The World Arts of Surrealism, Networks and Perspectives from the Global South, was published in 2022 and focuses on the transnational connections of surrealism between African, European, Latin American, and Caribbean writers and artists. So it is an absolute pleasure for me to really welcome our next three speakers.
Okay. This is probably a little bit out of, well, it is out of sequence in a way, because I'm actually going to talk about late surrealism, and in fact, at the very end of the 20th century. But, of course, it's about trauma, it's about surrealism in various ways. Much has been written about Dorothea Tanning's unruly, phantom-like young girls, who so decisively extend and challenge the male surrealist image of the hysteric and the femme enfant. What I want to do is to show how this surrealist obsession with the anarchic child or adolescent was revitalised in the late 20th century in the context of artistic responses to spirit photography and changes in photographic technology. I begin with a work by the American artist Mike Kelly that you may have seen in the current Tate exhibition. And I think this exhibition's on for about another week if you want to catch it, not already. The piece is a 7-part text and photography wall display, which was part of a collaborative work by Kelly and his then tutor at the California Institute of the Arts, David Uskervold, for a student staff exhibition. The year is 1979. Kelly, a precocious working class student, as much involved in the rock scene as the visual arts, is involved in parodying the rather dour conceptualist come minimalist text and photography aesthetic then dominant at Cal Arts. In many advanced art schools in the USA in this period, surrealism was proscribed. Indeed, it didn't really resurface within academically acceptable avant-garde discourse, art education institutions, until Kelly and his contemporaries emerged in the later 1980s. But one can see this poltergeist piece, which dealt with the equally disreputable theme of spirit photography, as a sign of Surrealism's re-emergence. That's in America. The key point, however, is that this re-engagement is carried out in a deliberately adolescent register, which rather befits the way young people at that time were thought to be absorbing Surrealism via Salvador Dali posters on bedroom walls. In a long, rambling text panel for the piece, in which he appropriates the voice, let's put the text on. He appropriates the voice, the disorganized thinking, and the cat-handed graphic presentation. Cat-hand presentation, you can't quite see it there probably. Of an adolescent, Kelly pulls out all the stops to situate his florid imaginings of a poltergeist-possessed artist. This, of course, being a self-portrait complete with streaming, gravity-defying ectoplasm. In terms of imagery, which constantly merges surrealist tropes with ones relating to adolescent masculinity. Quote, "The poltergeist is a resident of the subconscious and is freed in a fever. The poltergeist is autistic obsessional. It always splits a dish in the exact same place. The poltergeist is the dummy of the unconscious. The dummy speaks while the ventriloquist plays the straight man. The poltergeist is a force and not a being. This is the spirit of adolescence, little enough to fit in your pants, but not staying contained. Always making itself obvious, popping out, slinging shit, breaking dishes, staining the carpet." Now, it's hardly necessary, I think, to invoke a kind of very distant debt to the surrealist image of the female hysteric or the surrealist iconography of possession. Although Kelly was cross-fertilising such motifs, or memories if you like, or things he would have got probably from art history books, with a wave of US horror film imagery that had been recently directed at a late adolescent audience. I'm thinking particularly of The Exorcist of 1973, which I'm sure quite a few of you have seen. But in foregrounding ectoplasm, Kelly gives his own late spin on surrealist discourse. As already stated, Kelly was well aware of the disturbing photographs of mediums, supposedly in trance states, producing all manner of gruesome ectoplasm or ectoplasmic manifestations, which had been produced throughout Europe and the USA since the mid-19th century. The surrealists themselves, I think, produced surprisingly few images based on manifestations, although I think this here's this painting by Valentin Hugo on the right possibly does kind of borrow something of its imagery from manifestation imagery, but there's not that much in surrealism. Possibly Man Ray's raregraphs to some extent borrow some of their imagery from this kind of thing. And there's also Jacques Brunius supplying a definition of ectoplasm in the Da Costa Encyclopedia in 1947. There's not that much, though. So it's a sort of newish theme in a way. In certain of the photographs relating to the poltergeist, Kelly produced on the theme. There are direct parallels with spirit photography. Except here, I think he's manifesting a soft toy. Mediums are almost always thought, although not exclusively women, they were usually women, and in setting himself up as a mediumistic producer of ectoplasm, Kelly was knowingly playing on the gendered conventions of the imagery. The streaming ectoplasm in his images has a subversive relation also to ejaculatory imagery and pornography. This, of course, reinforces the subversively adolescent timbre of Kelly's poltergeist piece, and it's not coincidental that the poltergeist phenomena have traditionally been linked to adolescence as a period of sexual and emotional turmoil. Now, if all of this hijacks the surrealist cult of the convulsed hysteric, in order to comment ironically on male identity, one might point out that in performances produced around this time, Kelly employed spiritualist-related props, such as his so-called perspectophone, a strange quadrilateral noise instrument, ironically taking its shape from a perspectival diagram, which he used as a so-called spirit collector to transmit the voices of ghosts and aliens. Steve Connor tells us that in certain direct voice spiritual manifestations in early 20th century seances, the mediums employed trumpets to channel otherworldly voices, which they moved telekinetically around the room. That is, the trumpet moves. And here, next to the image of Kelly performing, we've got one of these devices mocked up in the course of a film by Susan McWilliam about the Scottish medium Helen Duncan of 1998. All of this brings to mind the early surrealist discourse around mediumship and telepathic communication, I think during the so-called période de Sémé, one thinks of Duchamp or rather Eros à la vie, receiving telepathic communications from Robert Hasener, receiving communications from Eros à la vie, which surely took its lead from transcontinental telegraphy or wireless transmission, what Connor calls the technologization of the ghostly. And this is to say nothing of Breton's long preoccupation with the relationship between mediumship and automatism. Kelly was to move on from works such as these to his better-known productions of the late 1970s and 80s concerned with children's knitted dolls and playthings. Without entering into detail, these works arose from Kelly's interest in the mid to late 1980s American discourse around repressed memory syndrome. Kelly famously asserted that the soft toy assemblages, one of those on the left, soiled and abject as they so patently were frequently assumed by commentators to be allusions to his own traumatic childhood. They were thought to be autobiographical. In fact, the pieces partly responded to the anxious concern with child abuse prevalent in the wider US culture at that time, and particularly with a temporary return among psychotherapists to theories of childish seduction by family members, now rebranded repressed memory syndrome, that Freud had so famously abandoned early in his career. Kelly was having a great deal of fun with repressed memory, as for instance in his educational complex sculpture of 1995 on the right. In what was purportedly an amalgamation of his recollections of the various institutions in which he had been educated, Kelly left certain spaces sealed off due to gaps in his memory, his remembering. Surmising from this that parts of his education, particularly his art education, must have entailed abuse. Here, of course, one realises that Kelly is going further in turning the late surrealist tenor of his practice, his concern with hysterical states, with the resurfacing of repressed traumatic memories and so forth, into something that parodies the entire surrealist cult of inwardness and psychic exploration. The poltergeist piece, in referencing the notorious trickery of spirit photography, the fact that it was so often contrived for sensationalist purposes, turns psychic exploration into adolescent symptomatology. The repressed memory pieces suggest that in the late 20th century, particularly in an America obsessed with trauma, the psychic life and well-being of children has become synonymous with adult anxiety. So what verdict does all this deliver on the surrealist attention to childish reverie and the psychic resources of the young adolescent? Think, for instance, of that photograph of the surrealist listening with rapt attention to the young Giselle Crasinos reading her poems. And what does it say about this? If Kelly is ambivalent about this legacy, and I would stress that ambivalence is really at stake, since his parody often slips, I think, into melancholy, I want to concentrate now on a near contemporary of his in Britain, who evinces a similar concern with spirit photography, childhood with the Surrealist legacy, but reaches rather different conclusions, which kind of suggests some rather different ideas. In the mid-1990s, the Scottish artist Wendy McMurdo, who had been schooled in the post-conceptualist ethos of New York's Pratt Institute and London's Goldsmith College, produced a series of photo works dealing with uncanny pairings of children, which, like Kelly, were inspired, as McMurdo herself readily acknowledged, by spirit photography and images of mediums in trances. McMurdo's work should, I think, be seen alongside that of the British artists Jane and Louise Wilson, who in 1993 had produced a video exploring the symbiotic nature of their relationship as twins while undergoing hypnosis. Another older British artist, Susan Hiller, who was also exploring supernatural imagery at this time, and specifically post-surrealist register, was important for McMurdo. The artists exhibited side by side in the ESP exhibition in the Icon Gallery, Birmingham in 1999, and works such as Hiller's video installation, PSI Girls, dealing with the psychokinetic powers of young girls, powers which are linked in the popular imaginary to possession by poltergeists, have close parallels with McMurdo. But McMurdo's early photographs, with their highly stylized symmetrical compositions, which echo, I think, the formal principles of minimalism, are most distinctive in terms of their large size, often 6 feet square, and their exploration of the digital contrivances that were at that time undermining traditional realist claims of analog photography. In that sense, I think she's a contemporary of the Canadian Jeff Wall. Her images are slick and streamlined and uncluttered. If they deal with the supernatural, there is none of Kelly's boyish messiness and excess of ectoplasm. McMurdo's digital scenarios eerily evoke the etheric dimension of the post-spiritualism rather than its external material trappings. On one level, the digital effects of her late 90s images might be seen as metaphoricizing psychological development on the part of children. The girl who apparently faces her double in The Glance might be in the process of unconsciously reconciling an uncoordinated self-image with a mirrored external imago, a la Lacan. A related work plays, this one, plays with the idea that the ego comes to subjugate or dominate an inferior or shadow aspect of the self. But one can't forget that the theme of the double has always possessed supernatural connotations. Otto Rank dedicated a psychoanalytic study to it in 1925, in which he dwelt on uncanny passages from authors such as Poe and Dostoevsky. Rank cites a certain Henry Tudor in observing that images of the shadow personality or second self come to the fore in times of social trauma and upheaval, and this might incline us to link McMurdo's images to photographic and filmic precedents, such as Diana Arbus on the right, or Stanley Kubrick, his famous image from The Shining on the left of 1980, both of which could have traumatic connotations. McMurdo's fascination with the reduplication of personalities or bodies has clear surrealist precedents. And this is, I'm just throwing these in very, very briefly. These Belmer, this is Max Ernst. But like Kelly, she's concerned with re-energizing surrealist themes. The most obvious of these, reminding us of Hiller, is the femme enfant, a figure who, rather than being positioned as the conduit for male fantasy, is accorded supernatural agency. McMurdo's doubled somnambulists and entranced adolescents have their own circuit of communication. There's no need to court a male interlocutor. To consolidate this point about the hermetic dimension of these images, one needs to recall that as digitization and computer technology developed at breakneck speed during the 1990s, it was children who were often seen as the privileged inhabitants of this new technological space, a space, one might say, into which they were born. I'm not necessarily privileged inhabitants, but the natural inhabitants almost, since they learnt it from the age of 3 or whatever it was. McMurdo's photographic output from the year 2000 to the present has tracked the ways in which children develop relationships with computers, entering into weird communion with their devices, or into telepathic rapport with fellow users. The device is often digitally removed from the images, so that it becomes a kind of phantom presence, while the entranced children appear to be preternaturally in touch with the invisible. These children enter into unfathomable dialogue with their contemporaries or with the avatars they have summoned up in their imaginary worlds. Whilst removal is often McMurdo's privileged trope, her images use other digital effects to explore various aspects of childish fantasy and otherworldly identification. Certain images merge robots and toys in a weird collision of past and future. Other images present children in a kind of hallucinatory counter-reality, and other images more straightforwardly play with children's otherworldly aspirations. Now, in terms of surrealist-related photography, Rosalind Krauss's famous argument about the way the surrealist image challenges the indexical realist functions of photography via the use of darkroom operations such as spacing, doubling, and so forth, is taken onto a completely new level. Seamlessness now translates into a virtual spatial continuum. Events take place in a kind of etheric dimension, which is surely analogous to the domain supposedly inhabited by mediums. And this, of course, is why spirit photography was such an important precedent for McMurdo, almost a kind of analogue for digitization, both technically insofar as it made use of so-called trickery, the removal, merging, and insertion of imagery and so forth, and also in terms of its internal thematic, the creation, as I've said, of an etheric domain. McMurdo herself downplays the notion that the contrivances of spirit photography foreshadow the medium's later digitization. I think, by the way, it's worth stressing the double meaning of the word medium there. And stresses digitization's positive summoning into being of a virtual dimension. It's particularly significant for her, for McMurdo, that spirit photography underwent a resurgence in the 20th century at the time of the maximum social anxiety, namely the end of the First World War, when communion with the dead was a widespread obsession. Her implication, it seems to me, is that digitization might deal with comparable concerns. But let's return now to children. What I want to stress at the end of this talk is the uncanny sense that McMurdo's child protagonists, who emerged larva-like into a new reality, and are at one with a digital world in which they are enmeshed, can be seen precisely as mediumistic beings. Far from being femme enfant of male surrealist, in the sense of male surrealist reverie, these children have preternatural qualities that link them back to Canning. At times they are malevolent children beyond the ken of the adult world. As such, they are cousins to the monstrous children of the horror film genre, with a lineage going back in terms of literature to Henry James's Return of the Screw. I'm not sure that they are traumatized exactly, but they speak to contemporary concerns that the actions of children in late modernity, from the killers of James Bulger to the numerous knife-carrying adolescents dominating the current news media, obey imperatives that are beyond ethical norms and in some sense unknowable. This perhaps returns us to McMurdo's comments about spirit photography and social trauma. However, it's surely Mike Kelly's work, or rather the soft toy pieces that he dealt with, that dealt with the notion of repressed memory syndrome, that came to emblematise childhood trauma most memorably in the 1980s and 90s. McMurdo's children are arguably representative of a further stage. I am tempted to say a further evolutionary stage, analogous to the way digitisation has superseded analogue photography, in which children have freed themselves from the projections of adults and become autonomous. The virtual sphere in which they move, however uncanny we might find it, is surely a contemporary manifestation of the surreal. The surreal is a form of atmospherics to which they have privileged access. Yeah, thank you.
Engaged in anti-colonialism at the height of the Algerian War of Independence, to draw him towards the Surrealist group, beginning close friendships with Yorkshire Camacho and Jean-Claude Silberman, and exposure at the Paris exhibition L'écart Absolu in 1965. So this work was shown at that exhibition in 1965. Coordinated by these contexts of racism, surrealism and psychoanalysis in the 1960s, this part of the conference offers a chance to explore the theme of the traumatic body in surrealism via a new reading of Telemach's key painting, Portrait of a Family. My interpretation is also an argument that this approach to it is only possible by taking account of the previous concerns, themes and iconographies of the surrealist movement, here meaning psychoanalysis and anti-colonialism, as they were updated and augmented in the later iteration of the movement in the 1960s. Varieties of psychoanalysis, the context of ethnicity, and the scope of art and popular culture in that decade. Displayed at Documenta 3 in Kassel in 1954, and frequently reproduced since, Portrait of a Family draws on the themes and styles of both surrealism and pop, yet predates Telemach's use of an opaque projector. The painting is large and squarish, standing there at the height of an adult, meant in this and its main content to play off the immobile, upright human body of the viewer. Taken in frontally and close to, it records a disorderly scene in which activity across the various elements is disjointed, rendered in a high colour content of paints that have been applied to varying degrees of evenness against the pale background, which creates in the process a very shallow space. Two panels of identical size fitted closely together, but with the joint visible, are deployed by the artist as a giant comic strip, framed to generate sequentiality from left to right. That configuration serves as a before and after effect, suggesting probably a transformation of narrative across the two parts. Continuity is brought in by their shared colour and bearing, and the large blue arrow pointing from left to right, reinforced by the two bars coloured black and white, that alone cross between the panels of Portrait of a Family, and seem to suspend the painting's two main bodies, or two states of the same body, and fasten them together. The painting made its first public appearance in the 5th issue of the Surrealist review La Flèche in October 1963, published with a slight crop at the right and in black and white. On the same page is Telemach's voodoo-themed Battle Cimetière, which I just showed you earlier, which spoke equally but differently to the Surrealists' concerns. But the insertion of both into the middle of an important essay on Norman O'Brown by Gérard Legrand demonstrates that the Surrealists recognise the psychoanalytic premise of Telemach's art while aiming to assert the contemporaneity of Surrealism, abreast of current styles in art and a recent interpretation of Sigmund Freud's writings. Telemach's routine protest that his work is very straightforward and propelled by autobiography comes to the fore in his own account of the picture given in 2013. In Portrait of a Family, my father appears, a cynical person, here directly inspired by Père, as imagined by Alfred Jarry, but once a little ridiculous and a little frightening. The female figure evokes the portraits of the surrealizing Mexican painter Alberto Gironella. His portraits, inspired by Velázquez. On the tableau is written, "Too late." For what? For a young man to be able to seduce his mother. There lies the irony of the drama of Oedipus, according to Georges Neverhon, a caricatural family portrait carrying traces of a vitriolic humour. At all three sublevels that Télémaque chose to indicate beneath the autobiographical, those of Jarry-esque humour, local influence and psychoanalysis, Portrait of a Family displays a surrealist context. Jarry had long been recognised as one of surrealism's most important precursors, and his Père who had recently resurfaced in the surrealist fold through the medium of Jasper Johns' Target with Plasticasts in the New York exhibition Surrealist Intrusion with the Enchanter's Domain, when Télémaque was still in that city. The other sources cited by Télémaque provide a new interpretation of Portrait of a Family along the lines of historical, familial, and racial trauma, informing the surrealist, ethnic, and psychoanalytic reading of the whole oeuvre. The stenciled capitals, Gironella, which appear here in the painting, resting diagonally against the left hip of the main figure in the left panel, denote Alberto Gironella, who'd helped promote surrealist art while still in his native Mexico. Following his first visit to Paris in 1960, he befriended the surrealists. By then, Gironella had already discovered an approach that was unique to him. It consisted of reworking, in 2 or 3 dimensions, selected paintings by Diego Velázquez and Francisco Goya, notably court portraits and royal family groups of the mid-17th by Velázquez and late 18th century by Goya, Las Meninas, and Portrait of Francisco Lescano, and the portrait of Queen Maria Luisa. Gironella gave special obsessive attention to Velázquez's Portrait of Mariana of Austria, following a visit to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, in 1959. The extraordinary semicircular head, a Portrait of Mariana of Austria in particular, out of which the Habsburg Queen's face only gazes, as of a plaited, decorated wig or an appendage in 2 dimensions, made more bizarre to our eyes by the crimson flecked feather adornment that emerges from behind, seems to have held the rapt attention of Gironella. The figure of the Queen released fantasies in violent, erotic, and scatological biographies, scenarios, and narratives that he developed in his art over more than 30 years, sometimes with the aid of elements brought in from other paintings by Velázquez. In these pictures, collages, and constructions, the teenage queen undergoes numerous ordeals and transformations, attacked by dogs in dog-devouring Queen Mariana of 1962 or 63, inspired by the Mastiff, nodding off in the right foreground of Las Meninas, or metamorphosed into a dog or into a beast, altered to become a man carrying poultry on his head, changed into a guitar, a wooden seat, or storm, abstracted into pure form, or aged by one of Goya's royal portraits in Great Queen, which will be included in L'Art Absolu, reproduced in the same page of the catalogue as Télémaque's Confidant's Secret. So I'm showing it on the left, the page from L'Art Absolu, the catalogue of L'Art Absolu. Elsewhere, Gironella has dogs attacking the body of Mariana's daughter, the Spanish Infanta Margaret Teresa, star of Las Meninas, while the 2 dwarfs take over the scene in a painting that the artist dedicated and gifted to André Breton. Gironella, and Breton owns this construction on the left famously as well. Gironella had significant visibility in surrealist circles from his first solo exhibition in 1961, through Breton's friendship, and here they are in this photograph on the left, Breton, Edouard Jaguar, and Gironella. And you can see that Gironella and Télémaque are all these top 10 artists in the post-war period as well, and Breton makes this. And here's the same construction in La Brèche. And here it's famously now in the wall at La Pompidou today. Through Breton's friendship and collection of the work, its reproduction in La Brèche in September 1962, and Edouard Jaguar's journal Phase in 1961 and 1963, gave Télémaque further opportunities to view the multiple depictions of Mariana, stating, much later in the period, Alberto Gironella would influence me a lot. He made remarkable work at the time, unquote. So these are 2 times only that Télémaque ever mentions Gironella in his interviews or in his writings. The box compartments containing relics in some of Gironella's constructions, such as Dog devouring Queen Mariana, shown full page in the same 5th issue of La Brèche, where Télémaque's portrait of the family appeared, collude with the language of comics to produce the individual frames containing heads situated against the left edge of the portrait of the family as we look at it, and carry an echo of the arrangement of framed objects on the facing wall of Las Meninas, which consists of several paintings, the mirror reflecting the part bodies of Philip IV with Mariana, and the doorway next to it, framing the member of the royal staff. Now, one way of viewing these complex works by Gironella is as inferential of the sex, violence, corruption, illness, and madness underlying that family portrait and the one of Mariana, an exposure of a past degeneracy that would exist well into the future. Known as the Bewitched, and here she is with her husband in the mirror in Las Meninas. Mariana was the niece of Philip IV, as well as his second wife, since the age of 14, and she'd been engaged to her cousin, Philip's son and heir, Balthazar Charles, who died of smallpox before they got married. So she was engaged to her cousin. He died at 17 of smallpox, so she married the father, is the story. Philip himself had been only 10 when he'd been married off for the first time to a bride of 13, Elizabeth of France. And he was 44 when he married the 14-year-old Mariana. The only surviving male heir was Charles II, whose persistent ill health would lead to his death, aged 38, ending the Habsburg line, frequently blamed, like the illnesses and early deaths that affected the Habsburgs, on the consanguinity that the royal family had practiced for 200 years. Gironella's commentary undermines Velázquez's power portraiture, exposing the mental and physical fragility of the inbred family that controlled a vast empire, including the conquered Mexico, extending the history of colonial cruelty and racism that still echoes today. The framed heads in Télémaque's portrait of the family are then portraits made after the goofy physiognomy of comics, ghostly, deformed, and mad. It's also the modern family as we know it from the Freudian family romance, glimpsed by Télémaque courtesy of the extended, mesmerized rumination of Gironella on Mariana and the Habsburgs, married off within the family to exclude the so-called bad blood of Jews and Muslims, and to retain their land and property through their offspring, who then, ironically, frequently didn't survive childhood. The main portrait of a floating or leaping green-bodied monster that dominates the left panel of the tableau makes the link explicit, tying an iconographic ancestry to the implicit historical. Télémaque projects Gironella's historic, familial, and racial trauma embodied in the Velázquez Habsburg portraits onto the caricature of his father, the big-bellied figure looking directly out at us, flushed, cross-eyed, with mouth open in a circle, displaying its broken teeth. The truncated arms are like those of a mannequin. One leg is largely missing, while the other is in a lighter green, indicates or tries to fondle or holds and illusionistically taped up torso of a mannequin set squarely into the lower left corner of the tableau. The white and pink furniture legs or balustrades that project from its armpits apparently denote a primary source for the ogre to be found in Gironello's oeuvre, the low-relief assemblage Queen Mariana of 1962, where two wooden chair legs on either side have been inserted into the regent's armpits, reproduced in the 7th issue of Faz in May 1961. The hairstyles of the Marianas, of the Gironello and Velasquez, the similarity is clear enough, but the feather decoration is given a distinctly phallic turn by Telemaque, extending inwards along the orange-coloured part of its shaft and aimed towards the circular mouth. The hint of autoeroticism might be an effect of the bigendering of the figure. While meant to represent the father, the creature's breasts are at once revealed by the falling brassiere and covered by a vest that is, nevertheless, the same colour as the skin and sufficiently transparent for them to be visible. Why this brutal, cartoon-like representation of a bigendered father presiding over the Oedipal trauma, the Oedipal drama of a family mad and imprisoned within little cells, channeled through Gironello's fantasies of sadistic events in the Spanish royal families? Telemaque's psychoanalysis, while in New York, by the pioneer of ethno-psychoanalysis, Georges Devereux, is quite well known. Less so is the close link between the imagery of these early paintings and Devereux's 1960 paper on an anonymous, talented young artist of exotic origin, unquote, meant to augment understanding the paradoxical operation of the Oedipus complex. Devereux records the familial origins of Telemaque's symptoms like this. He had sought treatment for a potency disturbance, which appeared when he first fell in love with his second cousin, who was also the first woman he ever loved. The potency disturbance disappeared quite rapidly after he realised that it was due partly to Oedipal anxieties and partly to his fear of becoming emotionally unfaithful to his mother. Unquote. We learn from Devereux's paper that Telemaque had married his cousin Marielle Pillier in 1959. Sexual relations with her had been impaired due to his unconscious association of her with his mother Renée, who, we are told, was, quote, highly seductive, and with whom Telemaque had always made a common front against the father, the mother making the son almost an accomplice of her more or less open liaison with a certain man, and demanding to be made the confidant of her son's quite promiscuous adolescent sexual adventures, unquote. The larger family was further implicated in the fractious Oedipal dreams and fantasies of Telemaque that had been largely stirred up by his intimacy with his mother and competition with and fear of his, quote, gross, huge, and fat father, these are Devereux's words. Telemaque refused to call his own family aunts and uncles, to the great scandal of his authoritarian and conservative family, wrote Devereux, insisting on calling them simply by their given names, as though they were cousins. Devereux also recorded the de-seduction of Marielle when she was very young by an uncle, as, quote, a traumatic experience, in these are Devereux's words, and an interfamilial dispute that overlaid sexual guilt with a social hostility based in class and ethnicity, a snobbery on the part of Marielle's family, quote, related to subtle shades of skin colour, in Devereux's words. Such behaviours and events were explored second-hand by Telemaque in Portrait of the Family, pivoting on the fear, feminisation of, and attack on the homosexualised father, this is Devereux's theory, whose destruction is played out across the two panels. In the first of these, identification is made with Mariana, as before, on the left, and in the second, with a remasculinized, obliterated figure, mainly in a darker green skin colour, and a white vest as on the right side, a sort of after therapy, so to speak. Comics assisted the artist again here. Who better to serve as the father, now hyper-masculinized and destroyed, than the Hulk? The first issue of The Incredible Hulk had appeared in May 1962 and would soon be acclaimed as a modern myth by the Chicago Surrealists. The Hulk performs in the right panel of the picture, not just as the traumatic body of a defantasized, remasculinized, annihilated father, but also as the triumph over ancestral ethnic body, indicated not only by the unique recoloration entailed by the Hulk's Jekyll and Hyde metamorphosis, but also by the transition undergone by the Hulk from a grey creature to a green one after the first issue. So the Hulk appears as grey. This is not that well known by the general public, but it is well known to comics people. It was grey in the first issue and then becomes green in the second issue. And it's still unknown whether this was a decision of the artist or an accident in the production of the comic. It's still debated. In conclusion, it probably goes without saying, firstly, that the Oedipal reading of Portrait of a Family through Devereux should go beyond Telemach's actual father. And this is hinted at in the triumphant comic beastie, bald head, apparently being birthed by the beheaded figure in the right panel, bearing a thought bubble that refers to Picasso, the daddy of all painters, who completed his own modifications of Las Meninas before Gironella in 1957, he'd been criticised recently in 1961 by Breton for his loyalty to Khrushchev and the Politburo, which has been hinted at linguistically in the text. And secondly, that it can be extended to other works in the oeuvre, such as the book Portrait of André Breton, derived from Man Ray's very well-known photograph of Surrealism's leader in makeup, no less. And the large and complex Convergence of 1966, which features a photograph of Jerry Lewis in makeup, in a tableau based on a medical chart with an open book appearance, reminding us not only of Telemach's career-altering hernia, his gonorrhea, and subsequent urethritis recorded by Devereux, but also that Breton, Telemach's father, and indeed François Duvalier, Tapadoc, underwent medical training. So there's a patient, doctor, child, parent discourse taking place in Telemach's work. Telemach makes a reference to the Oedipus complex and traumatized body very specific to the large self-portrait with foot hand in the foreground of Convergence, equating the future family trauma as marked on the foot of Oedipus with his own forced right-handedness from birth. He was forced to be right-handed, as some children were in those days, when he was actually left-handed. And an injury caused by a cousin with a nail to his palm, which had only been recalled through his psychoanalysis with Devereux. As I've been arguing, it's only by a fuller cross-reference to Telemach's social experience, currents in surrealism and the art of the time, psychoanalysis and popular culture, that works such as these and Portrait of the Family can be read, however obliquely. And underappreciated artists such as Telemach and Gironella given their belated recognition, long overdue, like so many other disregarded achievements of surrealism in the 1960s. Thank you.
So yeah, I also am very happy to be here. I also wanted to repeat my thanks to the organizers and also to Patricia for chairing this interesting and inspiring panel, and to Christoph, I don't know where he's sitting, who in his talk made me understand the importance that Joyce Monsieur has for Yorkshire and British surrealism. For those of you who are not familiar with her work, I want to present her shortly. She was born in the UK, not in Yorkshire, unfortunately, but further up north in Bowden, and died in Paris in 1986. She was born into a family of Sephardic Jews of not Egyptian but Syrian origin, actually. Here, there's a mistake in the presentation. And her father grew very wealthy in the textile industry in Manchester. She grew up in Cairo and later moves to Paris in 1953 together with her husband, Samir Mansour. She is a multilingual writer in she spoke English, French, Hebrew, and I forgot also to say that here in the PowerPoint presentation, that she was fluent in reading Arabic and 2 Arabic dialects, the Egyptian one and the Syrian one. So she chose French as her literary language, not English, that was the language of the colonizer in Egypt. So much of her surrealism that is inscribed in her poetry also comes from her deep knowledge of the Kabbalah, Judeo-Christian traditions, and ancient Near East mythologies. Like André Breton, she also had a collection of non-European and also Near East artworks in Paris later on. So when she moved to Paris, she was very young, at the age of 25. Victoria Carruthers, I hope I pronounce her name right, has described Joyce Mansour's work as one of multiple belonging, and her persona as a writer and poet and also as an artist characterized by a fluid identity. Her poetry, I want to actually analyze or go a bit into her poetry. Cri, which has been translated into English as screams, not as cries. I'm sorry, I haven't had the chance to get the English translation of Joyce Mansour's work, so I'm working with the original French versions. And déchirure, tearings, I don't know how this has been translated into English. And I want to present her a short story to you, Jules Caesar, so it's Julius Caesar, that she later includes in Histoire nocive, Harmful Stories, in 1973. Joyce Mansour was celebrated by the Surrealist circle in Paris as one of the female Marquis de Sade, and this is much in line with Alice Mayen's book Marquis de Sade and the Avant-Garde. I mean, Mansour is both. She is an artist and she is a writer and a poet. So I'm more on the literary side, but there's surely to say a lot about her artistic work also, and that has been done less. So I will just present shortly the approach to Mansour in my book, The World Arts of Surrealism, die Weltkünste des Surrealismus, Netzwerke und Perspektiven aus dem globalen Süden, that unfortunately has not yet been translated into English. Working on that. And in this book, I read the history of surrealism in the first half of the 20th century from regions of the global south through networks and exchange relations across regions and languages and artist relationships. So I'm defending the idea of a multi-centric surrealism that is characterized by anticipations, contestations, and transformations, And Egypt in my book is one center of surrealism in the late 1930s, going until the beginning of the 1950s. So, and my idea, the idea in my book of transcultural surrealism is really the way that through interactions and migrations and intermedia collaborations of artists and writers, surrealism became this very diverse movement across regions, languages, poetics and aesthetics, etc. So, and another argument that I'm approaching in my book is to say Joyce Mansour is really a daughter of Egyptian surrealism that was born with in the late 1930s with the Art et Liberté group, Art and Liberty group, whose main founding father, if you want to say that, was Georges Hénin, an Egyptian poet and writer. And here you can see the manifesto of Art and Liberty, Vive l'art dégénéré, so long live degenerate art. I will say a little bit more about that, but the main, so one leitmotif that I detected in my book is to say that the violence that is very present in Joyce Mansour's work, which is really an excessive violence, violence, sexualized violence, brutality carried to the extremes, is in the tradition of Art et Liberté. And I do want to express this disclaimer here and say Joyce Mansour's text that I will cite contain representations, also queer representations of sexualized violence, sadism, rape, and it also has racist implicatures. This is not intended to offend, but to critically analyze her work in this space where we come together. So to dig a bit further into Egyptian surrealism with l'art dégénéré was really a move, like a move of subvertively appropriating Nazism's term degenerate art, also die entartete Kunst, with the exhibition in 1937, and it was in 1939 that the manifesto Long Live Degenerate Art was circulating in Cairo and Alexandria with a print of Pablo Picasso's Guernica. And it was, I mean, those of you who are experts in British surrealism, it was also printed in the Surrealist magazine, the London Bulletin, without the Guernica print, but in this bilingual version, Arabic and French, without translation into English, which I find very interesting, the multilingualism of surrealist periods, but I won't dig further into it. So, so between 1940 and 1945, there were each year surrealist exhibitions of the Art and Liberty group. Joyce Mansour was very young by then, so she did not participate. She was like the after generation, the post-war generation of Art et Liberté. But this was a very productive period of Arabic and Francophone writers and artists collaborating, and there was a Francophone minority in Egypt in that time, and Georges Henin and Joyce Monsour were one of them. And in 1952, with the revolution of Nasser and the 1956 Suez Crisis, the growth of Arabic nationalism made all Francophone and non-Arabic minorities have to leave Egypt. So basically, the Nasser revolution was a decolonial movement. I mean, British rule had already ended in 1922, but it still pervaded Egyptian culture by then, and the marginalization became more and more evident. So Francophone minority or also Jewish minorities left the country. So the Art and Liberty group really defended or had this radical stand against fascism, growing fascism in the world, but also in Egypt by then. So there was the Italian fascism leaping into Egyptian everyday life, and also to take a radical stand that you can maybe see on the pictures of the exhibition catalog to your right, of this very this tradition of Orientalist art, this dreamy universe of Orientalist art in the European art historic tradition, that they were really taking a stand against, with the aesthetics of degeneracy, violence, the deformed body, and the abject. And here I come to the question of transcultural trauma. I want to draw on a concept by Astrid Erl, which is the concept of traveling memory. There's also Michael Rothberg's idea of multidirectional memory, but I do prefer that of Astrid Erl, because the idea is to not understand memory cultures as a container, especially in a national sense, but characterized by a transnational dynamic that crosses various cultures and historic contexts. And this is the case of Joyce Monsour's work, as I want to show. So I'm also drawing ideas from Patricia Alma's work on Germanophone post-war women artists, in which she emphasizes the aesthetics of the abject, of spaces of confinement, bodily restraints, like female body politics of trauma, really, that I see strong parallels to Joyce Monsour's work. Patricia also works with the term of Erschütterung, a German term that means devastation, concussion, and shatter, which is very present in Monsour's work. And something I would like to analyze more deeply is the idea of destructive and violent family relations. Gavin, thank you, that is very close to what you have presented. And the reenactment of trauma in intimate spaces, like the idea of this haunting and unhomeliness. So there's this amazing analysis by Patricia of Leonora Carrington's drama Balaam's Holiday of 1940, where a family dinner ends up in a slaughter feast. So the brutality of family slaughter, this extreme, really opened my eyes to read, especially the short story Jules César, through trauma. I argue that there's various historic traumas that cross in Joyce Monsour's poetics and aesthetics, and that lead to an aesthetics of annihilation and unbelonging. So she is the Jewish other in a Muslim country. She is the African other in Paris. She is the European French other in Egypt. So you have all these othering processes. But what is very obvious, this aesthetics of perversion in her work, I would like to, inspired by Patricia Allen's book, relate that to the unspoken trauma of the Holocaust, so this repressed memory. And there's one observation, I don't know if time will permit this, but that I would like to do more research on is the fact how Monsour identifies with African memory, but also like Africanity that is in a multi-directional sense, like, and where the Holocaust memory and the history of enslavement in Africa and the Arabic anti-Semitism in Egypt merge or are intact. So I want to read this this extract from her poem, from one of her poems in Déchirure. The poems do not have titles, so it goes without a title, and I would like to read the French version. You can all read the English translation to just honor her multilingualism. So, seul je rôde dans les cavernes sombres du désespoir. Seul je goûte aux viandes impures. Seul je meurs, seul je survis. Sans oreille pour entendre les hurlements des holocaustes, ma bouche vide de mots gémis. Je suis la terre quand l'eau l'a quittée, je suis l'amour quand Dieu a créé, je suis moi-même, je suis l'ennemi, seul. So, I want to... Sorry, I had colored lines that I'm missing now in the presentation. But I want to make you aware with the... I can use the pointer. Here. Especially this verse, when it says sans oreille pour entendre les hurlements des holocaustes. Here you have the fact of the unspoken trauma here is expressed in the unheard trauma. So in this idea of silenced screams that do not come to the eyes of the poetic subject that is speaking. And that leads also to this phenomenon of isolation. So here I wanted to make you be aware with these two verses. I am the enemy, which much describes the paradox of belonging and unbelonging. Like every process of identification at the same time is a process of experiencing otherness. So here the trauma of the Holocaust is quite explicit in this poem of Déchirure. So I want to talk shortly about now Jules Caesar, so Julius Caesar, that has been illustrated, the first edition, by Hans Bellmer. These are my photos, they're not very good, but I will shortly describe them. So on the left side you see this skinless, ape-like figure with sexualized body parts. For example, the nose has the form of a penis, and on the right side you see a female uterus with two embryos that are skeleton but depicted skeleton-like and also sexualized. So this Belmas aesthetics much render the politics of perversion in Joyce Monceau's work. So the short story deals with a family constellation. There's the mother, the father, and two twins. They don't have names, mother and father, and Jules César, who is the domestic worker of the family, and all these family relations are characterized by extreme violence. So there's rape, there's cannibalism, there's vampirism, there is queer sexuality, there's sadism, there's masochism, and the mother ends up in a psychosis after the father has raped his wife. This is carried to such an extreme that it is almost grotesque, with a very, very, very dark humor, if you want to cling to this humor. But, I want to respect time. So, who's Jules César? Jules César, she is a very queer figure, and she has the two polarities of being, carrying the name of the Roman emperor on the one hand, and being the dispossessed, the dispossessed domestic worker, and she is black, so she's described as black of the household. And she is victim and perpetrator at the same time, as in this queer identity. So Jules César, elle, était méchante, vieille et plus négresse chaque année. Mais elle avait su se rendre indispensable auprès de la chèvre, et la mère ne pouvait pas se décider à la congédier malgré ses bousculades qui régulièrement la renversaient dans les couloirs. So here you can see like a depiction of this main protagonist, who in some passages of the short story is also the first person narrator. So she, I already said that. The story ends up, because I'm running out of time, the story basically ends up with all this family, this destructive family relationalities ending in a catastrophe. So in the setting is described as almost like a pastoral. They live in the countryside in some very nice house, and this this pastoral turns into a kind of Sodom-like destructive scenes. I mean, all of the short story is determined by destructive agencies, but then it is a deluge that is like strong, heavy rains that flood all of the household and of the place where they're living, and turns it into a Sodom, so the sin-like place, which was this house of the family, is wiped away in an apocalypse. And then it's Jules César with the father of the family, the twin sons, and the mother have already died, who leave the place like in an exodus, like in the Exodus of Moses, who leaves Egypt to find the promised land. And then Jules César dies in a cosmic orgasm, that she receives by the floods, and then she's carried away by the floods. So this is the end of the story in this apocalyptic phantasmagoria that takes up biblical mythological themes, of course, of the flood, of the Exodus, of Sodom, the sinful city that is punished by God, and then so you have this constant varying or variance of subversion and perversion of gendered power relations, patriarchy, racial relations, etc. Do I have? I have one more. So this is actually, I can conclude with this, but I wanted to give one outlook about this idea of Joyce Mansour within her fluid identity also claiming an African memory, which is kind of problematic. So, yeah, I wanted to, I'm skipping 20 years and to talk, just give this outlook on research that could be done in a collaborative work that Joyce Mansour has done with Wilfredo Lam, who was an Afro-Cuban painter, and so you have two African artists that are, that have that are very far away from each other, right? I mean, Joyce Mansour being Egyptian, and then having lived in France for most of her life, and Wilfredo Lam with his Caribbean origin. And maybe, here's one, so the series Ossa Maggiore, I don't know if you know that, that's a series by Wilfredo Lam that illustrates Joyce Mansour's poem Pandemonium that she writes on Africa. And as you know, talking about traumatic memory, like memory studies, they always say, okay, the past have to do something with the future. I would like to read this one passage closing my conference, my talk, I'm sorry. In the translation of Kate Conley into English, that is published in a special issue of Data Surrealism that was also edited by Patricia Alma. So, and this reads, quote, "Tomorrow, Africa, life, between dust and the piercing cry, the penis and the bellflower, the rising sun's pupil bleeding on the sand, naked. The train moves backwards, the belly tortured like a braided cord. Sleep in their landings, moving upwards towards the wet belly. It was tomorrow." So thank you for your attention.
So thank you so much for these three very interesting presentations. I found they were also very different presentations, and it was really interesting to see the different ways in which the artists address trauma and traumatic events. I know that we are pressed for time a little bit, so rather than me asking questions, I have quite a lot of them, I would like to open it up to the audience. Yeah, I can see hands going up already. Yeah, Crystal?
Thank you, and thanks all three of you. That was really brilliant and very complimentary presentations. I'm kind of reading the trauma that the three of you talk about as being very internal to the personal situations of each practitioner. It seems to come especially from a kind of family setting. To what extent might there be a correlation between that kind of family trauma and the trauma of global conflict and war and history and that kind of external context?
Well, I think was talking about that really in the sense that the trauma that's being perceived by Gironella in the family is connected very obviously with the trauma of Mexico, really, in the post-Columbian period. So that's what I think that Gironella is particularly concerned with. I mean, also I should mention that Gironella had mixed parentage. His father was Catalan and his mother was from Yucatan province, who spoke Mayan. So he himself had a very close familial relationship himself as well with the kind of historic trauma. So that's Gironella. Telemaque, I couldn't speak as easily about that, about the historic trauma that he's thinking about. He's kind of feeding it through his psychoanalysis. But also, of course, as I said, skin colour is picked up by Devaco as a significant aspect of his psychoanalysis and of the local family trauma that he went through. Apparently, the skin colour of Telemaque's side of the family was different to the coloration of his cousins, basically. To the point where they actually ignored him in the street because this is what he kind of tells his psychoanalyst. So again, there's obviously a historic aspect to that, which is kind of gathered into his psychoanalysis and his more local situation within his family.
Yeah, I would like to be very hesitant about a biographical reading, like understanding of Joyce Morseau's aesthetics of brutality. I mean, there's a lot of scholars emphasize the fact that she has lost her first husband at the age of 19. But I mean, you could say, okay, this is connected to, many scholars have connected her aesthetics to this experience of death. Actually, I would really be more interested in the question of Jewishness, really, like this Jewishness that has been so much affected in the first half of the 20th century, and there's, as far as I know, not a lot of archives or about the idea of Jewishness, which would also connect to the notion of trauma, right, and of like unspoken aspects in her biography. Maybe there were also relatives affected by the Holocaust, right? I would be very, like, I'm always hesitant to link that to her personal biography directly.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, isn't it? This thing about biography. I mean, clearly, you know, the whole point of that is that we need to deny any biographical dimension in the work, even though he was felt, this is much more recent, obviously, but felt to be, talking about expressing traumatic emotions in some way through these sort of toys and so on. And so in a sense, I mean, he talked about repressed memory syndrome and so on. So there was an overt social dimension, really, to what he was doing. He was obviously drawing attention to kind of attitudes towards children and so on, and adult anxiety that I talked about earlier. Actually, just thinking about the relationship of these talks, absolutely fascinating, all of them. Very interesting session. I'm just struck by the way an attempt was made. I was trying to say that Murdo was trying to sort of get away, in a sense, to free people, the children, symbolically, you might say, from So rather wallowing in trauma, autobiographically, you know, it's kind of rather different thing going on there. Anyway,
Thank you very much. Any other questions? I found it really interesting how the artists, as perhaps we could call them, and I ask you actually whether we can call the artist a seismograph who registers historical trauma or familiar trauma, personal trauma, racial trauma. Can we see the artist as seismograph? Because, for example, Merit Oppenheim described herself as such, Eva Wipp described herself as such. So it seems to come back in the artistic statements that they see themselves very much as a register of trauma. So that's perhaps one part of my question. The other part of my question is the question of being other in terms of a traumatized subject, but also being other in art history. So this bringing in of art history, of reconceptualizing, being part of this art historical family as well, but different from, so this engagement with art history, yeah.
I would say that Telemann was definitely a seismograph in the sense that he underwent a neurosis. So, you know, that was he's registering his past very powerfully through his psychoanalysis. Now, he made a decision after that, after he moved to France, to actually register that in his work. You know, he actually makes a conscious decision to move away from abstract expressionism, which he felt wasn't expressing his own subjective, you know, his own experiences, his past. That's when he kind of consciously brings voodoo, you know, the kind of religion of his home nation into his country. But then he deliberately makes a very strong decision to register his 3 years of psychoanalysis through his work as well. When it comes to this painting, the other paintings that he completed in 62 to 63, but also all the way through the 1960s, as well. That's what I was going to say. I'll just think about your follow-up as well.
If you want to think, I can.
I can just carry on with Jordan. I was going to say, I just realised what I wanted to say about Jordan. Very much so, registering historic trauma, colonialism, basically through his work. So that's as well a very conscious decision that he's made. But I wanted to say that I don't want to underplay Journal's incredibly complex work. You know, I should say to you that only one essay has probably been published in English on Journal. That was in the Oxford Art Journal about 35 years ago. I would have thought that would be the beginning of a whole scholarship on this really fascinating artist. So this isn't Telemann I'm talking about, this is Journal. There's been one book in Spanish published on him, a couple of catalogues which are not so great. So he's one of those artists who is kind of an exceptional artist, has a very important position in surrealism in the 1960s and kind of pretty much forgotten about. So, but I wanted to say about him as well that there's a lot more to his work than I suggested in my paper as well. I didn't want to reduce him to an artist who's just critical of history of colonialism. It's much more ambiguous, his work, than that, much more complex. I should also say that this is 30-something years that he spends on these portraits. So it's very similar to Salvador Dali's treatment of the Angelus of meaning, which only took place over 2 or 3 years. So it's like a hysterical, extended version of what Salvador Dali did. Some of you might know that Salvador Dali became fascinated by the painting called The Angelus by Millet. It's in the Musée d'Orsay now. He wrote a book about it and made several paintings and etchings and drawings on it. And that's nothing compared to what Journal did, where he just absolutely plunges into these paintings that they never released them for decades. So that's the kind of trauma as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very crucial question, right? Because in the case of Joyce Monsour, I mean, in literary history, it becomes even more difficult because you need a literary language, right? And there's really a language choice in Joyce Monsour's work. And Georges Hénin, like the whole Egyptian context shows you that surrealism was a transnational, like it was not a nationalist Egyptian movement. It was, you know, very intercultural, multilingual movement in the 1940s, with Georges maintaining a lot of context to Italian culture, and he was a Coptic Christian person. So it's so interesting, and I think it's if it was possible to write more transnational art histories, like to really not nationalize, but this is, I think it would be necessary. The same with literary histories that establish national canons, or they establish canons of world literature, and most often, especially those writers who are multilingual, who are cosmopolitan, who don't have one place of belonging, they fall out of the canon. I mean, you look for them in vain. And if David has forgotten what he wanted to say, I might might direct one question to you, David, which is maybe also connected to Patricia's work, the motive of the doppelganger in the examples you have shown. This might also be very interesting in the context of trauma and
Sorry, it was repressed memories. Now I've remembered. But it's a very simple point, really. I mean, I think it was very clear that Mike Kelly did see himself as a seismograph in a way. I mean, but I don't think Wendy would talk in quite those terms. But I mean, I think the whole conditions of art have changed quite a bit. In the sense that looking at different. If what I was talking about was a form of surrealism, which I would argue it was, or is rather, it's very different, really. Conditions are very different. Karen was talking about. But I do want to say that in the case of Kelly, you talked about art history, right? And he was rebelling, against that climate of conceptual art and minimalism and so on, which had a sort of stranglehold in some ways on art school practices in the period of the 1970s, I think, really. Of course, there are exceptions. But, I mean, I went to Derby Art College, for instance, and kind of did these very surreal things and was told, it's an absolute moment, You have to do things that look like, post-Greenberg abstraction and so on. You have to sort of contribute to the theoretical discourse and so on. So what Kelly did in posing as a poltergeist or whatever, as a kind of mediumistic being, was actually very radical in relation to that kind of tradition, and was, I think, a way of bringing surrealism back, so it's a return of the repressed.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, are there any more questions, because we are over the time, unfortunately? No, well, thank you so much for this wonderful panel.
So I will just now introduce, although we have already heard from her, Professor Patricia Almer, who's our keynote today. So Patricia is Professor of Modern and Contemporary Art History at the University of Edinburgh. As we've discussed, she's the co-curator of the current exhibition, The Traumatic Surreal, at the Henry Moore Institute, which is based on her groundbreaking book, The Traumatic Surreal, Germanophone Women Artists and Surrealism After the Second World War, published by Manchester University Press in 2009. And it certainly has opened my eyes to many artists who I had not been aware of, and I think just alongside everything today really as well, it's made us realise that there's still so much to uncover with the Surrealist movement. And so I'm very grateful to everyone who's spoken today, and Patricia in particular, whose many books, exhibitions and essays have transformed the study of modern and contemporary women artists and surrealism, starting in 2009 with the award-winning Angels of Anarchy, Women Artists and Surrealism at Manchester Art Gallery, which was referenced today and has been a real touchstone for, I know, many of us working in this field. Patricia is also a leading scholar on René Magritte and Belgian Surrealism, and Lee Miller. And I was just recalling that actually this is Patricia's second keynote at the Hepworth Wakefield, because she also came and spoke at our conference around Lee Miller and Surrealism in Britain back in 2018, for those of you who were lucky enough to hear her then. And most recently has co-authored a book on the Austrian filmmaker, artist and writer Ruth Beckermann, titled Passage Works, Ruth Beckermann's Art. And that was published just last week. So please join me in welcoming Patricia.
So thank you so much, Eleanor, for inviting me to be here today and to give this talk. Congratulations again to a wonderful exhibition and to really a wonderful conference. So my talk will continue to talk about the strategies of distortion in the Traumatic Surreal, and actually having the exhibition and curating the exhibition and seeing the works together reveal all sorts of new dimensions of the work and also new dimensions to the Traumatic Surreal, and perhaps, as I said, the strategies of the Traumatic Surreal, and some of them I'd like to start to map out and trace in today's talk. So I want to start with a work exhibited in the Traumatic Surreal, Merit Oppenheim's Surrealist Object from 1970, Wort in giftige Buchstaben eingepackt wird durchsichtig, word wrapped in poisonous letters becomes transparent. This object explores binding, a recurrent trope in Oppenheim's works, which we can see also in Margot Vernon, a pair of shoes bound tightly together. String is indeed a thread one could trace throughout her extended earth. It links her to other works by Germanophone women, like the Spring Cross in Eva Wiff's undated object ohne Titel, Goldener Käfig, untitled Golden Cage. In word wrapped in poisonous letters, binding creates an outline of an absent form, an invisible box, a cubic shape or block, a package, or perhaps a bundle of letters. This absence is bound also within the work's title, which elaborates in 4 languages the shifting meanings of the word, the movement of the letter word amongst the meanings of giftige, poisonous, and its etymologically ambiguous link with gift, wrapped, also connoting a gift, and letters in German, Buchstaben, letters of the alphabet. All are becoming transparent, that is, open to the gaze, revealing of its intangibility and insubstantiality. The object epitomized what Rosalind Krauss calls a hollow volume, characterizing the surrealist object, the sense that it lacks a structural and static hold. It's a parcel of absence, an object comprising string tied around something we cannot see or can only see through. The literal translation of durchsicht, so see through, is literally durchsicht. This is the profoundly linguistic artwork. Its title is adapted for the title appropriately of Lisa Wenger's 2022 anthology of Oppenheim's letters, Worte nicht in giftige Buchstaben einwickeln, do not wrap words in poisonous letters. The title gestures towards containment, wrapped in, but the work itself presents a volume of openness or emptiness. Its substantial invisibility, the string merely outlining an intangible object, suggests the boundaries or borders of an absence. The confluence of wrapping, a form of concealment, absence or emptiness, and the evidently linguistic aspects, word, letters, suggests the processes of displacement and difference, the structure of meanings, non-presence in language of Saussurian linguistics. It evokes the movement of signification from empty string to absent package, from word to gift to letter. Several letters in the Oppenheim archive, dated October 1939, and stamped with official notifications, offer clues to this work's traumatic resonance. Opened by the Nazi censors, these letters gesture to the enforced blanket of silence shrouding postal communication in the Third Reich. So one of the things I always wondered about when I was researching Oppenheim, but also other artists in this context, was that in the archives you couldn't find many letters really at the time addressing National Socialism or Hitler and the horrors. And of course, these letters were opened by the censors, so nobody would really write anything in these communications which was revelatory or which would have endangered them. And you can see here, this is actually a really interesting piece. You can see here geöffnet, with of course the Reich stamp on it. And then this weird note on the right, so it's a letter from her grandmother to Oppenheim. On the right, this weird note from the person who opened it, or from the official who opened it. Oh, I'm really sorry I opened your letter. It's very strange indeed. So they alert us to the absence in Oppenheim's wider correspondence of any criticism or even mention of the Nazi authorities. And here is one of the open letters, and it's completely innocuous. It just talks about an exhibition and artworks, but nothing really specific or what the political situation is. If word wrapping poisonous letters suggests an invisible bundle of letters, we might understand this emptiness as representing a kind of silencing or censoring, a version of the removal and erasure of those letters that might have described, protested, or critiqued the political context of their production. The work's minimal emptiness offers, perhaps, a metonymic displacement of the traumatic and censoring silence imposed by fascism on artists like Oppenheim, who we recall endured an extended period of artists' block from about 1939 to the early 1950s. This displacement nevertheless generates, when viewed in particular ways, an evident present history, a perspective visible via form and its shadow. In order to perceive this aspect of the work's content, lighting and viewer engagement must coincide to create the appropriate perspective shift, to look awry at the work, to read it askance. So, and of course, during the exhibition, we were trying to move this work around the space to cast the shadow, which would show the swastika. And it shows it in different ways, in different exhibitions. It's really interesting. In our exhibition, it's this kind of shadow. Exhibiting this piece in the Traumatic Surreal required experimenting with lighting and angles in order to present the object's potential revelation. A tangle of lines, a scrambled shadow that suggests the spider-like form of a swastika, itself elongated and deformed, distorted by a perspective both perceptual and, from the viewpoint of 1970, when the work was made, increasingly historical. Perceiving the shadow redefines the object, which the viewer now perceives as another version of the historical side it projects, a compressed and refolded swastika. Becoming transparent in this sense means seeing through, seeing beyond the work to the perspective of history within which it locates itself and the viewer. The shadow becomes in turn integral to the work's implied meaning, affirming Denis Ollier's argument that shadows in surrealist artworks enter into the object itself and participate in the work. So this shadow is integral to the work. The swastika, the key mark of traumatic Germanophone history, is thus attached to, bound to, eingepackt, but separate from, cast by, the tight strings and their elongated shadow, visible at a particular angle and from a particular perspective. The bundle of meanings, the binding, the absent letters, the word itself, constitute a message, a warning, cast in the shadowed form, the giftige, the poisonous gift, suggested by the shadowed, elongated perspective. The object offers a version of Walter Benjamin's entstellte Ähnlichkeit, which Siegfried Weigel defines as distorted resemblance or similitude. Both empty package and shadow, the work's distorted realignment of historical perspective, affirms Catherine Conley's description of surrealist ghostliness. in which the surrealist artwork sustains simultaneously two contradictory or conflicting meanings, anti-packaged and shadowed symbol, each a ghostly echo or shadow of the other. Referring to works by Claude Cahun, Conley argues that this double effect or ambiguity, and I quote, carries ghosts of the past into the present and future. End quote. Surrealist ghostliness describes one manifestation of the after effect of trauma, experienced as after image, delayed vision, afterwards. Word wrapped in poisonous letters demonstrates in this shadowy revelation a version of anamorphosis, a process of visual distortion analyzed by Jacques Lacan in his 1963-64 seminar, The Four Fundamental Concepts of Psychoanalysis. For Lacan, anamorphosis embodies the subject's traumatizing perception of their own mortality. He famously analyzes the distorted skull in Holbein's The Ambassadors as an anamorphic sign, a portent of mortality, a future visible only by a backward or right glance. A look simultaneously topologically twisted and historically directed. In art history, anamorphosis gestures to a creative revisioning of the real via unconscious creative forces. Writing of the art historical traditions behind Salvador Dali's extensive use of anamorphic forms, Donades comments, anamorphic perspective posited a hidden reality which was to suggest analogies with the unknowable of the unconscious. And Roberto Harari notes of Lacan's reference to Holbein that anamorphic paintings allowed for a construction of a different picture of the world, different from the homogeneous, everyday, realistic one that the subject of representation intends. Anamorphic relations, Lacan argues, define the subject's self-perception of its own history, distorted, repressed, necessarily incomplete, and its perception of the world it inhabits. This perception is refracted through ideology, and the perceptual conventions that define reality is always already distorted, a self-build of itself. For women, this different anamorphic reality is of course further distorted by the forces of patriarchy and by the imposition of images and myths that still further distort women's relations to themselves and their histories. Oppenheim's anamorphic work similarly demands the viewer look back or look awry at it in order to perceive its concealed or wrapped content, to realize the latent historical significance of its deceptive void transparency. Another kind of anamorphosis is evident in its relation to tradition, another kind of looking back, another form of shadow cast over the later artist. Word wrapped in poisonous letters alludes back specifically into the surrealist tradition. It reprises elements in earlier works by Oppenheim herself, like the shadowy, seemingly empty black box in the 1934 image Night, its volume, and What Endangers It, a work that also formally echoes The Ambassadors. This box presents a diagonal, transparent void. It's a key component of a painting which the critic Joseph Helfenstein finds unfathomable, totally mysterious, enigmatic, presenting an unreal transparency. This terms echo Jean Baudrillard's description of the object as an insoluble enigma, which is also a nothingness. The emptiness of the invisible object, the absent postal messages at the heart of word wrapped in poisonous letters. The minimal frame or border of word wrapped in poisonous letters also echoes other surrealist works. It suggests, for example, what Rosalind Krauss calls the open cage of Giacometti's suspended ball from 1930-31. The word giftige in Oppenheim's title echoes the title of Man Ray's famous object, the spiked steam iron of Cadeau, gift from 1921. And word wrapped in poisonous letters specifically recalls Man Ray's enigma of Isidore Ducasse from 1920, a wrapped parcel that invites the viewer to ponder its contents. These are signified in coded form and in its titular reference to Ducasse, the Comte de Laudréamont, whose famous image of a sewing machine and an umbrella on a dissecting table so entranced the surrealist. And most critics agree that this is a sewing machine underneath the wrapping. Oppenheim's object revises man-race wrapped object by erasing the object, presenting it instead the wrapping string as a visual trick, the palpable trace or outline of an absent package. The resulting bordered space suggests, among other things, the invisible barrier or glass ceiling encountered by many women in their professional lives. This is a version of the wider ideological containment of women in patriarchy, a deformation of femininity that constitutes one target of feminist critique. Oppenheim's works offer an extended critique of these violent distortions of femininity, which have cast a long and deeply traumatizing historical shadow over Germanophone cultural contexts. In her acceptance speech for the Kunstpreis der Stadt Basel in 1975, she described women as distorted images of what they could be, Zerrbild dessen, was sie sein könnten. Zerrbilder are distorted pictures. Surrealism is replete with such images, in which objects, human and animal figures, landscapes and seascapes are flattened, stretched, twisted, compressed, become transparent, merge with each other in monstrous and unsettling hybrids. Such images deform and challenge natural conceptions of difference and distinction, and thus the concept of identity. Bizarre juxtapositions resulting from surrealist experiments with chance and randomness furthermore distort conventional relations between things and their perception and representation. These distortions affirm surrealism's interest in exposing unforeseen and revelatory connections or similarities. In the hands of Germanophone women artists like Oppenheim, working in surrealist traditions, Zerrbilder perform specific functions. They register female apprehensions of the specific and deeply traumatic events and situations of 20th century history. They explore how this history has distorted cultural and linguistic realities in significant and lasting ways. In response to these traumatic distortions, distortion itself emerges as a recurrent strategy of these artists. So it's really interesting, this surrealism and distortion, what surrealism can really, surrealist practices can evoke as a strategy for these artists. Distortion is the conspicuous, even defining element in another work on show in Leeds. Pipilotti-Rist's video Openmark Late Flattened, made in 2000, is a screen projection of a sequence in which a woman's face is pressed against a transparent surface in a series of grimaces and facial contortions. In this work, the legacies of distortions of the female form are directly confronted in a sequence of tropes of excess that reveal and satirize the obscene fantasies of patriarchy. The excessive makeup on the woman's face smears the surface against which she rides, creating a disturbingly mobile abstraction of grease paint and sweat. Rist's work has much to say about women, appearance, and the screen. The face is endlessly distorted, as if searching for the right, appropriate, effective, comfortable angle from which to perform her feminine appearance. The conventional or acceptable image of femininity the work insists is one of painful, discomforting distortion of the female form itself. Rist's video performs an unsettling facial dance, occupying the full screen so that its edges become the edges of a frame that may also, like the empty lines of Oppenheim's work, be a container or a cage. And this is also why we position the two works close to each other. And of course you can see through the Oppenheim to the Rist piece. Blade comprises 16 different sequences originally projected in slow motion 16 times a day on a large Panasonic screen in New York's Times Square in early 2000. The location signifies for Rist a visual echo chamber, the degree zero of the narcissistic postmodern nexus of capital and spectacle. So it must have been amazing, this giant tennis constantly rubbing her face against this huge advertising screen. Remember the New Year's Eve 2000 celebrations there, where you could watch 100,000 people watching themselves on huge screens, she writes. Viewers saw a woman flattening her face against the screen, as if she wanted to break out and come down into the square. The flattened face looks very deformed and needy. You want to set her free and with her all the ghosts on the surrounding screens. Flatten, the bracketed epigraph to the work's title, indicates the erasure of contour, depth and tonal variation from the woman's face, a reduction to the distorting two-dimensionality of the image. Like the bracketed becomes transparent, appended to Oppenheim's title, the epigraph flatten indicates as a kind of grammatical afterthought a transformative process, which is also a kind of violence. Rist's video critiques the ideological construction of woman as image, its smeared makeup foregrounds the made-upness, the constructedness of femininity by and within the claustrophobic regime of the gendered image. Rist's face presses against this constructedness in an effort to break out. This effort extends a tradition of feminist images of women distorted by the anamorphic ideological effects of patriarchy. Prominent examples include, as you can see here, Anna Mendieta's untitled Glass and Body imprints, and also the Hungarian artist Katalin Radik's Poemi Series A from 1978. Ich möchte hier raus. I want out of here, she might be saying, in words written on another glass barrier that is pressed against by the Austrian artist Birgit Jürgensen, who is also in the Traumatic Surreal show, in this 1977 photograph. And I've written about this photograph and its explorations of the entrapped female body in my book, The Traumatic Surreal. Bounded femininity in such Zergbilder expresses a desire to escape or evade its binding. The structure of constraint is historical and ideological. It deforms the art historical tradition. Rist's distorted female face parallels Oppenheim's covert shadowy swastika. Both register the effects of trauma in the demand for a shift of perspective, an ideological as well as physical relocation of the viewer's gaze or way of seeing that reconfigures both the viewer and what is seen. Another kind of Zergbild occurs throughout the oeuvre of the Berlin-born Ursula Schulze-Blum, whose paintings, writings and objects articulate an extended engagement with German history and its impact on feminine experience. This engagement is refracted through a variety of generic transformations in which still life, landscape, portrait and mythological themes intermingle and coalesce in Ursula's distinctively anamorphic forms, which I've described elsewhere as a merging of biomorphic adornment and perspectival distortion. Born in 1921, Ursula remained in Germany throughout the war. In his contribution to the catalogue accompanying Museum Ludwig's 2023 retrospective of her work, Stefan Diederich points out that she, and I quote, always insisted that publications on her work keep biographical details to a minimum and leave out notable occurrences, sensitivities, and even personal crises. He also notes that she hardly ever talked about her life in Berlin during the war. Diederich notes Ursula's occasional agitated outbursts and seemingly groundless fits of anxiety. In sagte zu a short autobiographical text of 1974, Ursula recalls an idyllic bourgeois German childhood refracted through, and I quote, the bombs and flame-spitting canisters, which then fell later. And she describes her work as an escape into a dream situation. Phantoms of the day and night surround me. I sleep in the tensions of my ego, in conflict with my surroundings. These brief allusions suggest the lasting traumatic impact of Ursula's wartime experience in Berlin. And that is a very interesting experience, which keeps, like Wunicke as well, who was a Berlin-born artist, that keeps coming back in these artists' works, the wartime situation in Berlin. Exploring the confluence of personal memory with mythology and history, works like Pandora's Great Closet embody questions of secrecy and containment, and the risks of opening and release. These issues relate closely to this repressed biography. Made in 1966, The Closet is the largest of a series of works based on the myth of Pandora, Greek mythology's first woman, created by Zeus, and blamed for unleashing evil and sin on humanity. And this is actually is the piece in the exhibition, and it's her first Pandora cabinet. Other works in the series include Büchse der Pandora and Pandora Kasten from 1966, Der kleine Schrank der Pandora from 68, Der Pandora-Schrank mit den vielen Gesichtern 69, Der Pandora-Rosenschrank 72, Der Pandora-Tierschrank 72, Der Pandora-Schrank mit Kopf 73, Pandora Gästehaus 1973, and the Pandora Phone Box 1977-78. So again, it's something she keeps coming back to, which is also again signifier of trauma, recurring, going back over the same material, trying to form it, transform it, similar to the twisting of Oppenheim's string object. This extraordinary range of mixed media objects marks a sustained aesthetic engagement with a mythic narrative that, as Laura Mulvey puts it in her essay on the Pandora myth, juxtaposes an iconography of enigma with a narrative of curiosity. Ursula's interest in this myth seems to derive initially from her reading. In the catalogue for her 1974 Düsseldorf exhibition, she quotes a passage from Robert Grace's The Greek Myths, summarizing Hesiod's account of the genesis and narrative of Pandora. Her works focus not on the figure of Pandora, but on the container which the myth associates with her. A jar in classical myth, and in more recent iconography, thanks to distorting errors of Renaissance translation, a box. In Ursula's post-surrealist revisions, Pandora's Closet presents a figure of rich polysemic complexity, in which are condensed a multitude of interconnected meanings, reminding us of Roland Barthes' assertion that the function of myth is to distort, not to make disappear. Associated with a mythic figure of transgressive femininity, the closet is a container connected to various allegorical functions. It offers, for example, a version of the Freudian unconscious as a repository of destructive drives and repressed memories. As a familiar allegory of modern science in which uncontrollably destructive knowledge is unleashed upon the world, it suggests perhaps the post-war development of atomic power, in which the closet becomes an allegorical doomsday device. In these Pandora works, Ursula implicitly identifies with or celebrates the transgressive creative power of the mythic figure of Pandora, a version of the female artist. Birgit Lev-Kehner argues that, and I quote, Pandora binds together the dichotomies that underlie the most fundamental aspects of the Western literary canon: beauty and evil, body and soul, depth and superficiality, truth and lie, and that she speaks in multiplicity. She is the enigma of the tension between interiority and exteriority, i.e. sign meaning literal allegorically. She is the temptation of opening a mysterious container to the depth of meaning, which in itself remains intrinsically elusive. End quote. Laura Maltby articulates this dichotomy in Freudian terms. The figure Pandora condenses different topographies of femininity. These themes unravel into strands but link together like the rings of a chain. While she collapses different ideas into a single image in a concertina effect, the different motives in her story set in motion a series of displacements. An inside space may generate connotations of a maternal femininity, the womb, the home, but may also link to the enclosed, concealed space of secrecy, a box, a room. These associations, one feminine, the other secret, link further to the topography which splits femininity into an inside-outside polarization. End quote. Ursula's closet enacts the symbolic complexity in its mysterious depth. Its elaborate containment of images and objects, as you can see here, foxtails, peacock feathers, strange optical devices, is revealed only in its opening and fully visible only for an extended mobile experience of the work. So we had to, it took us quite a while to open this closet in a way that you could see it from the side and you have to go around it. And as I mentioned to people who were on the tour yesterday, once you open one thing, then you can see the inside, but you can't see the outside of the door, and there is also something drawn on the inside of the door. So endlessly, whatever you open, you will lose sight of something, which is again really interesting in terms of trauma and how trauma is addressed. Inverting Oppenheim's open void word object and its sinister shadow, Ursula's closet encloses and contains its complex histories, shrouding the traumatic implications of its creatively violent semiotics in the enigmatic shadowed darkness of its own interiority. In Ursula's art, the tensions implicit in the figure of Pandora are often expressed as distorted representations or reimaginings of art historical works, often inspired by works in galleries she visited on her travels across Europe and in the mid-1960s to the USA. This intertextuality looks back anamorphically at tradition through the stylistic prisms of Ursula's own surrealist aesthetics. It involves a complex set of elusive strategies in which the source image is subject to one or more transformations, deformations, or distortions, rendering it simultaneously recognizable and radically different from itself. These paintings resemble dream images in which the object of the dream, the source image as metonymy of tradition, is subject to distorting processes of condensation and displacement. The American poet Adrienne Rich, in her 1972 essay, When We Dead Awaken, celebrated the act of feminist revision, the act of looking back, of seeing with fresh eyes, of entering an old text from a new critical direction. In many of Ursula's works, the art historical tradition is revisioned through a distorting lens. Precursor works are reworked, reversed, combined, reorientated, or otherwise distorted. The originals emerge in the Zergbilder as if transformed and reconfigured by the distortions of history and ideology, offering new and disturbing insights into representations of the female form or of the realities perceived by women artists. Now the fun starts, the art historical A good example of this kind of revisioning, which I discussed in my catalogue contribution to the 2023 Ursula retrospective, is the painting In Café from 1989, which reworks Otto Dixi's 1926 work, Portrait of the Journalist Sylvia van Harden. Ursula's transformative distortions of Dixi's painting employ zooming shifts of perspective and scale. The female figure shrinks, the cocktail glass expands, the chair's pattern transforms into a coral-like ornateness. The blankness of Dixi's walls is decorated by more bright vegetable growths, and the stylus bee, or perhaps it's a fly, dangles from the ceiling in the center of the image. Shifts of color, red black to red yellow, the marble tabletop becoming rust colored, indicate further distorting transformations. The resulting image, with its weirdly oniric perspective and strangely vibrant colors, performs a radically hallucinatory revisioning of the already distorted expressionist perspective of the Dixie. Hommage à l'école de Fontainebleau from 1976 clearly revisions the anonymous Gabrielle d'Estrée et un de ses sœurs, Gabrielle d'Estrée and one of her sisters from 1594, which is in the Louvre in Paris. Marianne Pose argues that this source painting suggests, and I quote, the surrealist fondness for artificial legs and limbs of all sorts taken out of the context, made unbourgeois, as it were, and the predilection of Belmer, of Alberti, of the young de Quirigot for dolls and mannequins. For cows, the bathing sisters evoke by a parodistic backward gesture Magritte's Le Ballet. Die Flammenkatze from 1981 draws on William Blake's tiger Burning Bright. Europa auf dem Stier from 1987 reworks Jean-François de Troyes The Abduction of Europa from 1716, which is in the National Gallery of Art in Washington. Likewise, Broadway Walk between Elke Sommer and the Chelsea, November 1964, made in 1965, reworks MoMA's work, the work which is in MoMA, Florin Stettheimer's The Cathedrals of Broadway in 1929. And Potiphar's Bag from 1983 reverses the distinctive pose of the note in Henri Rousseau's 1910 painting, The Dream. Ursula draws more directly on male surrealist art in Der Versucher, The Seducer from 1993, which apparently condenses into a single image two Dali works, the 1937 diptych coupled with the heads full of clouds and exploding Raphaelesque head from 1951. With these distorting illusions in mind, the closet and Ursula's other Pandora works can be connected to the modern Germanic tradition, in which the Greek Pandora is reworked as the figure of Lulu, the decadent temptress of Frank Wedekin's plays and Alban Berg's opera, and played by Louise Brooks of G.W. Path's 1929 film Büchse der Pandora. Ursula may also be drawing on the 1951 film Pandora and the Flying Dutchman, directed by surrealist art collector Albert Levin and starring Ava Gardner and James Mason. Filmed in Tossa del Mar, near Dali's birthplace, the film featured sets designed by Man Ray. We can also detect echoes of Freud's Dora, whose real name was Ida Bauer, and whose famous case history centered on a series of dreams about boxes and caskets. Who could Dora be but Pandora? The case rattles with boxes, writes Janet Malcolm. Condensing these reference points with her own autobiographical experiences, Ursula Closet draws furthermore on a distinct surrealist and modernist tradition of woman's art. Claude Cahun's self-portrait in a cupboard of 1932 shows Cahun asleep in a closet. In Köln, in 1969, Ursula reenacted this pose for a photograph of herself inside her own closet. Both images suggest the association between closets and feminine containment. And notably, it is the closet we have, the cabinet we have in the exhibition. Another possible precursor of Ursula's closet was exhibited at the Central Union exhibition in Paris in 1892. Deborah L. Silverman described this coffer as heavy, black and wooden on its outer layer and colorful, fantastic and grotesque on its inner layer, decorated with images that appeared to be a form of hieroglyphics, stylized birds, fish and other elongated creatures, A central panel represented another unfamiliar creature, a black owl with a humanoid face. Two other birds, one white, one black, seemed to be pecking at it. This object exhibited, Silverman writes, and I quote, dual structure that corresponded to the divided psyche, a rational facade and an irrational interior lurking beneath the surface of appearances. The dream world where grotesque pictures could be unleashed when the critical faculties were relaxed, end quote. This cover was made by Augustine Victoire Charcot, wife of the French psychologist Jean-Martin Charcot, whose theories of trauma provided the basis of those of his student Sigmund Freud. Ursula's Pandora's Closet invokes this extraordinary range of traditions, echoing the mutative revisioning of her paintings. Its dark interior of intertextual resonances links it with the traumatic histories encoded in works by women artists. Its symbolic plenitude inverts the latent emptiness of Oppenheim's word wrapped in poisonous letters, a work echoed in the etymology of Pandora, which is Greek for all gift. It replaces with imaginary images the distorted screen femininity of Riest's open Maglev. Its symbolic complexity exemplifies how Ursula's deeply intertextual oeuvre simultaneously acknowledges, transforms, and distorts precursor works into new, weirdly hybrid forms in which the originals see no right from her distinctive contextual and stylistic position are both evident and mutated. These Zergbilder are products of the distortions and transformations of the traumatic surreal. So thank you very much for listening.
So we have some time for questions now, and also perhaps if there's also the chance perhaps to talk to other members of the conference who are still here today, if anyone wants to draw any sort of cross references between some of the papers that we've had today. I see already.
Yeah, thank you so much, Patricia, for this amazing talk and panorama, especially around the Pandora's box. And I've been wondering, like, the image of the box in this, like, binary of absence and plenitude, right? Of being, if both of these boxes as containers refer to the aspect of trauma as something like being a womb that you actually don't have access to, right? Through language. I mean, in Merit Oppenheim, it becomes so obvious that it's about language, letters that you cannot grasp, and this is especially the problem of trauma. You just can't. You don't have access to it. And I was wondering if you could maybe, the Pandora's box of Ursula's Pandora's box in the sense of being like overfilled, like actually refers paradoxically to the same phenomenon of not grasping the trauma or the wound.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. Yeah, in terms of the access of her boxes, I mean, her oeuvre is extraordinary, and also her paintings, they burst in terms of they can barely be contained on the canvas. That's how they appear. And I think that actually that kind of uncontainment and this exuberance in her artworks, like in this box, that enforces the box as a cage, as something which tries to contain but actually bursts at the seams. So it's really interesting, this kind of excess. And of course the tapes are pouring out of the box as well. They can't be contained anymore, which is also really interesting. And what you said about Oppenheim and language, and really in this piece that you have to speak a different language in order to understand the meaning of the other language, this kind of cross-linguistic, and what I was also talking about, you have to stand at a different point and look at the artwork, and then you see certain things like with Bertelmann and the knife, you have to go to the side and press your face nearly against the wall to see that there is a knife actually in this Laffart and furry Laffart. It's this kind of strategies of distortion and strategies of positioning the viewer to see differently, which is really interesting and which is a recurrent element in a lot of the artists in the exhibition. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. In the psychological therapeutic world, where we're caring for people in trauma, rather like the Pandora's box, we're going over narratives again and again and seeing it from different angles, but we hope eventually to find some kind of resolution where the client can close the box and be happy with the box, at least as far as for their everyday life is concerned. And I just wondered whether in all of our surrealist artists today, is there any evidence that perhaps at the end of, later in their artwork, near the end of their lives, whether there was a change in their work, some kind of resolution for the artists themselves?
And it's a very interesting question, and as you say, it is going over and over again. So what we see with the Pandora's box, that there are multiple versions over an artist works for 30 years on the same artwork and keeps going back. With Oppenheim, as you could see, there was another version of this work as well, which was twisted slightly in different ways. So it's this twisting, this working over, reworking, perhaps the traumatic event. So that's very important, I think, in terms of trauma work. And in terms of changes in the oeuvre, perhaps also other people who have given talks today, and specifically in our trauma panel, perhaps there's in Joyce Mansour somewhere later on, some kind of resolution in her writing which is less violent, perhaps. In Ursula, the exuberance continues until the end, and there are also artworks which are darker artworks, so they are some of them are full of color and strange as well and distorted, but then there are artworks which are really dark, where you can see that this is about really the Second World War trauma, anxiety, rather than I'm not sure she changes that much. And with Oppenheim, what I'm very surprised about is how feminist Oppenheim actually is, whilst refusing that name for herself, or that designation for herself. In her writings, like in this acceptance speech, she is very explicit about how women artists are treated, and that comes also later on in her life. So perhaps it's about a little bit about facing the trauma and articulating, because it's a question of articulation, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know. Has anybody else got any thoughts on this?
I think what I would say is that certainly in the exhibition upstairs as well, I found that a number of the surrealist artists who aren't necessarily dealing explicitly with personal trauma. I guess what we've talked about is this distinction between kind of a personal trauma and a sort of historical, political trauma. But people like Max Ernst, for example, when dealing with subjects that come from their unconscious, or that they are also repeating again and again and again throughout their life, returning to the same themes. And I don't know that there's any sort of resolution as such. And even with someone like Carrington, the sort of slightly controversial later sculptures are sort of mining again imagery that she was writing about in her 30s. I think maybe that's just part of the process of not necessarily resolving trauma, but continuing this sort of exploration into the unconscious, which was so profitable for so many. Questions, if you both know.
I suppose adding on from that, I guess I've got a question about who does resolution benefit, like who does containment benefit, right? So if you're talking about sort of psychoanalysis and you say, well, okay, containment will benefit the client or the subject, whatever you want to say. But if we're like talking about political trauma, then maybe we don't want containment and maybe we don't want to forget. And I guess I was really interested, Patricia, in what you were saying about exuberance, because it kind of got me thinking about Wilfred Bion and like what he says about containment, like in his psychoanalytic writings, and he talks about containment, and that's the job of the psychoanalyst and the mother as well. But the alternative to that is what he calls like hyperbole, and the need for hyperbole, and the child that he's talking about, the child who cannot be contained. And for me, I wonder whether there's a rebellious energy to that, like saying, no, we will not forget, no, we will not be contained. So I was kind of interested in hearing about the politics of containment, I guess.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I hope your question is really interesting. And it is exactly about this we do not want to forget. And perhaps these are strategies of not forgetting in terms of... and I was thinking about that as well in terms of art and the use of art as a historical evidence, and of course, particularly fascism, Second World War, the book burnings, the erasing history, the letter which cannot be written because somebody's going to censor it. So these strategies of overcoming these censorships of these political censorships, but also these censorships of memory, of traumatic memory, and that these artworks are actually perhaps these strategies of overcoming that and making, as I said, making the invisible visible and the trauma visible. And also in my teaching, actually, if I think about that, these artworks on are really important ways of talking about these traumatic events, which perhaps there are no other ways of talking about them directly, beyond showing horrific pictures, but do we understand these pictures? So it needs to be more than that, and perhaps art can give us this more than that, because it's got this element of making the invisible visible.
One more at the back.
I'm going to ask a quick question, and I think it follows from what you're saying, but I'd just like to ask you what your position is on the idea of gender as a trigger here in these works particularly, and for surrealism, because you're talking about trauma, and there's almost a kind of an audience desire for healing or something.
Yes.
But I'm also thinking in terms of the idea of assemblage and the idea of a combined work that we have with Ursula, that these are meant to be interactive or happening like performative pieces. They invite the eye to touch, the hand to touch, etc. So they're very, I suppose, performative. So to what extent do you think, whilst we have a historical backdrop and a citation, particularly in her work, of her history, going back and citing Monica, etc., it's actually got something more essentialist and gendered that is more affective wanting to trigger, and then coupled with that, or extending that, you as a curator wanting to trigger through gender for us, which is another form of activism.
where you're moving art history into curation. So I'm just curious, you showed us beautifully around the show yesterday, but things are cordoned off or on pedestals behind glass, so to a certain extent they become fossilized, whereas we want, no, I mean, I understand, but I'm just thinking at the same time, you've shown us how you're mapping sites, which ensures a different kind of triggering. So I'm just wondering, because it's quite a political issue for feminist methodologies, what your position is. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. It's a really interesting question. In terms of gender and Ursula and questions, also wider questions around gender in the context of fascism. So as the exhibition discusses, the oppression of women was intrinsic to National Socialism in every kind of way possible. So the Kinderkirche, Küche, the children, church, and kitchen, these were the three areas women were assigned to, and it continued afterwards. So in Austria, the roles just continued. The women were, of course, in the 50s. The more they were pressed into these areas, and in Germany similarly, and in the environment, in the feminist environment of the post-war generation. I don't really want to pin it down to 60s or 70s, but post-war generation feminist environment. Of course, a critique of the oppression of women became also a critique of this fascist way of seeing women and representing women. So that's one side in relation to questions around gender and fascism. The other thing is with Ursula, for example, again, she was working very closely with her husband, Bernhard Bernhard Schulze, and again, in that collaboration or co-living and co-working, he was the one who became the famous artist while she was struggling. I mean, that's a repeated narrative there as well. So, yeah, I don't know whether this answers your question, but in terms of the genderedness of the dimension of the artist in this work, in this exhibition, that is very important, these two dimensions which come together. In terms of curatorially, there are lots of dialogues and relations across also religion, which is really important as well. And what was really important for me to show that these artists can be brought together and a shark. No, it's okay. It was really important for me to show that these artists can be brought together and should be brought together, because Birgit Jürgensen estate, for example, and I wasn't even that much aware of it. I think I kind of was, but they mentioned that it's pretty much very rare, or one of the first times where Jürgensen is exhibited with other artists, which is extraordinary. And if you look at other artists in the show as well, they may have a solo exhibition, a big one, but this kind of group exhibition where they actually can talk to each other, and that is a very feminist and very important feminist aspect, is talking to each other, informing each other. These are not just artists who are solitary, who work in separation from each other, but are actually working in relation to each other, in dialogue with each other. And that was a very important aspect I wanted to show in this exhibition, that they were influencing each other. And I think that is actually a feminist strategy of making apparent that also we, as art historians, we influence each other and we don't just work in isolation, but then similarly with the artists as well, that they had a dialogue with each other and a communication with each other. Yeah.
It's more sort of, it's really a question, but am I right in thinking that Max said the artist is lost when he finds himself?
Sorry?
The artist is lost when he finds himself.
Interesting.
So in terms of the traumatic and I got a sense there was a real resistance to the surrealists.
Yeah. 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 Thank you.
Hi, yeah, I just want to revisit that one as well. Just to say that the artist is, often people talk about an artist dealing with subject matter as a kind of therapy, but I think artists don't.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think, because actually I think artists take difficult subject matters actually quite painful for them sometimes.
Yeah.
There's an autobiographical element. And I think what the artists do is use an experience or trauma as a source of imagination play. And so, yeah, exactly, the notion of a closure is kind of counterproductive.
And it is really about this making the invisible visible, making the history, the memory which is invisible apparent, and how do you make that apparent? How do you perceive the glass in the glass ceiling? And this is again this kind of pressing against and seeing where the hand, the palm presses against indirectly. Suddenly you see the glass, and I think it's that kind of pushing against and repositioning somebody to see.
Last question.
Okay. Thank you so much, Patricia. That was really, really enlightening. Ever since I saw this in person last night at the visit, I've been thinking about like these triptychs we see in maybe cathedrals like Rubens and Antwerp, where we have when it's open, it's splendid. And it's the Rubens inside that was commissioned by someone very wealthy, and so it's very special. But it's typically kept closed with a much more simple design. And so, not that I'm thinking that the outside of the doors here are simple, but it is a different style, a different representation. There's a shift, and so I'm wondering, with relation to trauma, if there is something where there's a presentation when it's closed, and then a difference on the inside where you do have these soft materials, but also these other. I think there were like there's a razor blades on the inside of that one panel that are affixed to the fur, and so there is this difference. And so I was wondering if you had any thoughts about that distinction between the inside and the outside. And how we protect ourselves if we are traumatized.
What do you think? Carry on.
There's a lot that we can kind of break down here.
Yeah.
And, I was trying to get closer to it because we can only get, my eyesight isn't perfect, and so I couldn't see all of the details. But I wanted to really spend time with it and really look at what was going on. And that difference, and on all these different levels. It's really striking.
Yeah, it's also, I think, this going closer and this trying to, so it is made in a way, and it is made in a way that you really want to go closer. So, of course, it also invites a different kind of vision from the optic vision into a more haptic one, where you really have to go close and be exploratory.
It's like a privilege. Yeah, there's a privilege. Vision in there.
And I think a lot of the works actually in the exhibition, like with the Mary Oppenheim one, it wants you to go down and to go around it and be close. I saw it at some points in the guided tour. Suddenly everybody really wanted to see the work because it needs to be seen up close. And that's where you start to see like the razor blades. You can't see them from here. Actually, the figure on the left side, again, you've got this fur, and in the fur they are positioned 6 or 8 razor blades. So you have to go close, which is again interesting in terms of thinking about history and Thank you.
Yeah. One last.
Sorry, we had one back there first.
Make it good now.
Yeah, so dates of Ursula's work and the Merit Oppenheim struck me in that these were working through German artists, female artists working through historical trauma, and this is of course the moment when very male-centred German artists, the New Expressionists, for want of a better word, start to work through those same traumas, and particularly looking at the style of that and the way it's in some ways very overblown, distorted, deliberate. Do you see this in some ways deliberately a different mode of working through trauma, positioned in some way in relation to those trends in painting, which became kind of very hegemonic? Or do you think this is a kind of a different discourse which, you know, ships in the night in some way, which part of a wider discourse in German culture working through similar things at a certain point in the century?
So very interesting question. Thank you very much. But I don't want to generalize there at all. So I wouldn't want to say it is this way or that way, because I haven't engaged with this question deeply, and I think you need to be very careful in terms of saying it either way. The only thing, what I find interesting in terms of Austrian surrealism specifically, is that a number of these artists were actually taught by the School of Fantastic Realists, which was it's a surrealism, which is interesting. It's not my kind of surrealism. It's very fantastic, and they were taught by these male professors, and all these male professors were interested in these areas. But actually, the female artists didn't, and so it was very male, that kind of surrealism, which is interesting as well. But actually went towards the Unikatürns, the Merit Oppenheims. Max Ernst is in the background, as also a German artist. So it's interesting what kind of surrealism they were going to, and that they actually were distant from this dominant surrealism, which was in Austria at the time. That I can see, but I can't say either way, because I haven't really, I don't want to generalize.
Okay, well, we will have one last question that was, say, it's 3 minutes to 5, so it's
a 3-minute question.
Yes, 1 minute question.
Sorry, what was
Hello. Thanks very much for the presentations and the exhibitions. It's not a question, it's more of a response to the earlier person who asked a question about working through trauma, because I'm an artist, I'm an arts psychotherapist and psychoanalytic psychotherapist, so I'm very interested in the crossover between being an artist and being a psychotherapist and an art therapist. And it's something that I am preoccupied with and think a lot about. But I think, in terms of being an artist, I think sometimes people work through the art, using the art materials, and that can be enough. Because there's a witness in terms of people who are seeing it, also those that resonate with what's being communicated. It doesn't always have to be verbalised. It can be a witness. It's a bit like, talking about abuse. As long as you have a witness that validates the experience. And then there's a situation where you're working as a psychotherapist and art therapist, where you really need to get in touch with the emotional affect. And you can only really do that when you're in a safe situation where you feel you can really connect with the images and the feelings, and then begin to mourn or grieve the process. And that, to be able to do that, I think you need to feel safe in a setting and with a relationship with whoever you are with. And so what I feel is there are some similarities and there are also some differences. And sometimes when I've worked as an art therapist, people have just wanted me to witness what's happened but feel safe. And when I've seen art and talked to people about it, it's enough just to show the work and have residence. And then, as I've said, with patients, it's more they really need me to hear the story, and they really need me to feel safe for them to be able to change and move on and make a difference in their lives. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I think on that we will draw it to a close as it's supposed. So please join me in thanking again all of the speakers and the Henry Moore Institute. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Patricia.